This is the Board of County Commissioners regular agenda and workshop. Would the clerk like to call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Flores. Here. Mayor Marino.
Here.
Commissioner Powell.
Here.
Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward. Here. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would all stand, I've asked Commissioner Powell to lead us in the pledge and the invocation.
Dear Lord Heavenly Father, we come before you today with bowed heads and humbled hearts, standing in the need of prayer. As we gather here today, we pray that we are ever mindful of the opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life, exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. Let us continue to strive to make this world a better world. May those under my voice be blessed from the crown of their head to the soles of their feet. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty. Any additions, deletions, substitutions, modifications, you name it, we got it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 1B is a deletion. On page 10, 3D5 is an add-on for On page 10, 3E1 is an add-on for PZMB. And that is all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. May I have an adoption?
Move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
Actually, yes, we're going to, the Commissioner Woodward would like to actually reorder the agenda.
Yes, I would ask to reorder the Boynton Beach annexation discussion. The city manager's coming in, and he was hoping to be able to have this meeting and then be able to get back to work in Boynton.
So do you want to do it first?
Yes,
I'll second that.
thank you.
We have a motion and a second to reorder the agenda and with all of the additions and deletions. Okay. Do you know the first and second? Okay, all in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries. And is he here? Because we're now to the regular agenda.
Yes. Oh, he was parking 3 minutes ago, so I was assuming he's... And if we could have, I'll start the discussion just to let everyone know why I've asked for this. I had a number of phone call discussions with the city of Boynton the end of last week, and I've been in discussion with our administrator and several staff members on the annexation, because as it turns out, it looks like the compromise, shall we say, that the city of Boynton is looking for is actually for us to take over the water utility, or for them, we have a process to go through, and if it's not going to be us, there's further conversations for them to have. But I felt it was prudent for the board to know and for the public to know that that's really what this is coming down to, is the water utility. So with that being said, staff could I think Ali was going to try and make it. He was coming back from Chicago last night, but Todd is abreast. So if we could just discuss what that looks like, and the city manager will be here as well to kind of say from the city's perspective, but what that looks like for us moving forward.
So, Madam Mayor, and Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator.
Hold on a second, Todd. Before you do that, just for the clerk to know, this is item 3E1 that we're moving up to the beginning. You're welcome.
So on this particular item, and to speak more to the water utility side of it in that discussion, Mr. Bayat and I have had some extensive conversations on it yesterday, just sort of catching up on, what it might look like in terms of the due diligence side of pursuing something like this. And just so you know, from a water utility perspective, We've acquired, a couple of different utilities in our community. Royal Palm Beach was one. Our most recent was the Glades Utility Authority and the GUA. The GUA, we worked with the 3 municipalities. We worked with them and, how we transition them in from a rate perspective, the investments that we put in to those the facilities that we had in that region. Likewise, in Boynton Beach, Boynton wasn't necessarily one that, that we thought was one that might be looking to do something like this. However, we're fairly familiar with the utility. They have 2 plants that exist today. They've got a lot of underground infrastructure that's there. So we would probably need to do some due diligence on our end to just dive in a little bit deeper. One, to see what kind of documentation they have, analyses that they have done of their assets and infrastructure, and then come back to the board with, after, some review of that to just better understand what that cost would look like. We'd have to look at their workforce a little bit more detailed, just because a couple of big things that are happening on the water utility side for us now. Obviously, all utilities are working on PFAS, right? So we'll be bringing back some recommendations on 2 of our plants that we have to upgrade from a PFAS perspective, and it's a significant cost. And so whether there's similar costs associated with those 2 plants and then any other corresponding underground infrastructure. And one thing that I will tell you, one of the big challenges that we've had in the utility world, and not just us, but all across the board, has been staffing. And just making sure that staffing that you have to meet the needs, particularly on the operator side when it comes to facilities, so that we better understand their staffing model, their, who they have in place, vacancies they have, and how that corresponds with, our workforce, integration of those kinds of things, et cetera. So it will take a little bit for us to put this together, Madam Mayor, Commissioner Woodward, but certainly happy to do that, and happy to work with the City of Boynton Beach to look at what options might exist.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. And I invited Boynton to come. And after you speak, we'll ask you to put in a card, but I'd invite the city manager to come up just to kind of clarify some of the conversations we've had, so everyone's on the same page.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for having me this morning. Dan Duggar, City Manager of Boynton Beach. I know a lot of you guys know me from different informal settings than this. If you guys don't mind obliging me, I kind of want to give a little bit of a historical context when it comes to annexation. In 2010, I want to say, Boynton had explored annexation way back when, and it was similar to exactly what we're doing now. We're looking and we're analyzing whether or not it's feasible to move forward. 30,000 plus residents, that's a heavy lift, I understand. So we wanted to base everything in fact and not act in haste. So that's why this has probably taken around 1.5 years, 2 years to come to this point. And what we've looked at is the overall services that we're providing to the unincorporated residents of Boynton Beach. The 25% jurisdictional or outside of jurisdictional cost, it's still not enough as far as what the state allows for the services. The increase in fees overall when it comes to the aspect of raising rates on your citizens, it's unsavory. So we looked at the fact that it was going to be easier to pursue an annexation based off the water service agreements. We went back, we analyzed those agreements with both our legal and utility department. They came back with the fact that it was legally sufficient to move forward with annexation. Next, we proposed that idea to the dais, and the commission, based off of last commission meeting's vote, acted unanimously to move forward with the Palmyra and Bamboo land annexations. We're not looking to move overnight to try to take over as far as like 30,000 plus homes. What we want to do is a responsible annexation, even in the event that we do move. Now, over the course of this, there was some dialogue that was started between me and Commissioner Woodward, and I want to thank you for taking the time to speak. I know we spoke in length, and we looked at other options. And I looked at the meetings from your last commission meeting or a workshop where Commissioner Weiss brought up the fact that, is there any ability that we can start servicing the unincorporated residents and provide water services and sewer services to them? So with that being said, we looked at what would what would the overall scope be if Palm Beach County could look at doing due diligence and doing the appropriate fact finding to actually provide a transfer of services from the city of Boynton Beach to Palm Beach County? That's what brings us here today. By no means are we sitting, like the partnership and the working relationship that I have with quite a few of you guys up here. I want to continue that. That has nothing to do. It's just, in my position, I think County Administrator Abruzzo can appreciate this. He's going to act in the best interest of the county. I'm going to act in the best interest of the city of Boynton Beach. I understand the political atmosphere that's behind this, because we have some entities that, Cobra, for one, they're happy with their public safety. I come from the public safety domain myself. That's how I got here. I was a police officer for a very long time. I served 5 years in the Army as a military police officer. So I get when you have those interactions, those personal interactions with your public safety, firefighters, police, you value that and you want to continue it. So if there's a compromise that we can come to, both from a municipal standpoint and also a county standpoint, the city of Boynton Beach is very, very open to that. I brought one of our commissioners with me today, Commissioner Thomas Turkin. If you guys would like to hear from him, you can hear from him, but I can provide you macro knowledge as far as like what we're looking at in historical context, but if you need granular technical details as far as the overall annexation process, you have your subject matter experts, I have my subject matter experts, and at some point in time, we're gonna meet in the middle. Slight differences I get, but at the end of the day, what I kind of want to impress upon the commission is Boynton has the building, the property, the subterranean infrastructure, the water distribution rights, the collection rights, and whether or not there's technicality issues that you guys view on this side when it comes to the legal language of those contracts, eventually those will be worked through in the future. So I want to leave that there. So, any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
Thank you. First, I have a question for staff, and then I have some questions for you, Mr. Duggar. Todd, when you were speaking about taking over the water utilities at the beginning of this discussion, are you talking about the entire water system or just those in the unincorporated areas?
Both would be optional. So I would like to look at both scenarios, the entire utility and just the western utility as well.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Duggar, you talked about originally you all had said there was going to be a feasibility study regarding these annexations.
That's correct.
Has that study ever been completed?
I believe we completed it. Amanda? Okay, so we're doing in segments. Essentially, segments, there's parts of it that are completed, and as those parts are completed, those are the annexations that we're pursuing as far as those parcels.
Has that study been made public?
Why don't you come up here?
Yeah, come on up and introduce yourself, please.
It's Amanda Radigan, is the Director of Planning and Zoning.
Good morning, Amanda Radigan, Planning and Development Director for the City of Boynton Beach. The feasibility analysis that has to do with the,
Yes, please.
I apologize, is that better? The feasibility analysis that is concurrent with the annexations in front of you have been a part of the staff report that was submitted. We have been doing bigger area analysis, but those analyses have larger room for error as they happen over long periods of time. So we have taken a slower approach, more micro.
Can we get copies of those studies?
Absolutely. Everything is on our website already or has been submitted within the staff reports that were
So if our
provided.
staff can get that
Absolutely.
and share that with us, that'd be great. The other point, really, is just the constituents in Boynton Beach are also are residents of Palm Beach County. And so we represent them as well. And, you know, what the outcry we heard was, this is being forced on us. We don't have a voice. And I think that is, for me anyways, that's very concerning. Want to make sure when something happens that our residents have an opportunity to weigh in, especially something as big as this. And they feel like they have been left out of this conversation, that they don't have an opportunity I mean, I understand, I mean, when they come in front of your commission, they're not represented by those commissioners in the city of Boynton Beach. We do represent them, and that's, I think, I look at it, I see it as unfair. If this is something that is good for them, they'll vote and support it, but you're not giving them that opportunity. And that's my real concern about how this process is happening. And I would encourage you to rethink that if you're going to move forward and give them a voice at the ballot box and let them make self-determination of how and who's going to represent them.
May I respond? That's not going to happen. It's not going to the ballot box. At the end of the day, Boynton Beach provides the services to these residents. And when these IPUDs and different developments were put in, contracts were made, we provide the services. So we're here as far as a transactional process, providing the county an opportunity, if you guys would like to explore the purchase of that wastewater treatment plant, or if not, we're going to proceed forward with the annexation.
Well,
Greg, you want to respond?
Yeah. That, I mean, first off, do that at your own peril. And
I came here today for strict diplomacy reasons. I didn't come here to be threatened.
I'm not threatening you.
You said do it at your own peril.
Right, because if you do annex these people into your city and they don't want to be there, it will be at the peril
Peril of what? Politics?
of how they're going to vote.
Politics.
That's not
This isn't
politics.
about politics. It is how they vote.
It's how
See,
they vote.
What I need to impress upon this board now is I'm looking at the future of the city, and for a very, very long time, I feel like Boynton hasn't taken care of itself in an appropriate manner to where it looks out for its best interests. And I can tell you guys that the city has the assets, the city provides the water services. At the end of the day, from a technicality standpoint, I know that there's been some politics in the background. I get that and I understand it. But again, I'm here today not to sit here and tell you guys, hey, we're going to annex no matter what. I want to provide the county an opportunity to, if we wanted to explore the county taking over utility operations, I'd be welcome to that. I never once said, if you don't take the utility over, it's going to be at your peril. I would never do that.
Well, I
I'm
appreciate
here.
that.
I came from the city of Boynton Beach to the county. I'm here. I didn't ask any of you guys to come to the city of Boynton Beach commission meeting. I would just appreciate the rhetoric.
I appreciate what you're saying. I did reach out to your mayor as soon as
The
I
threat
got.
of litigation.
No, I did not. That's absolutely 100% not true. I reached out to her and let her know that this was going to be an issue for us, or for me.
And you may have to pursue litigation.
I never spoke about pursuing litigation, so don't say things that you were not involved in that conversation.
Okay.
So that's not true. But back to your point, I'm the one who made the suggestion about acquiring the water utility for those folks. I was looking for an alternative, and I appreciate your willingness to discuss that with us. But I think it's also fair that we have an opportunity, at least I do, to be able to voice what I'm hearing from the residents that are being impacted. And I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Flores.
So, Mr. Duggar, first of all, thank you for being here, coming in and answering some questions that this body has for the city of Boynton Beach. Since that last meeting, I have had numerous people reach out, and not just the ones that are involved in this particular annexation, but people that receive water service from you, but yet they're not part of Boynton Beach, the city of Boynton Beach. Now they're worried that you may annex them because they receive water from you. How did you arrive at these two particular communities. I mean, you said it was 30,000 units or residents?
Correct. That extends, I want to say, just before Jog Road.
Okay.
So
So how did you pick these two to start?
So Palmyra was split, essentially. So half of Palmyra is serviced by the city, half of Palmyra is serviced by the county. But Palmyra does receive utility services from the city of Boynton Beach. So we looked at that one as it's inside the city already. It was probably the most palatable to move forward with. And then Bamboo Lane, we have some different areas inside the city that are still serviced by the county. And when I say they're eastern, these aren't western blocks. Bamboo Lane, it's the same exact process. So we have some county pockets that are also inside the city that we're going to look to kind of square up and move towards annexing different pockets along Federal Highway as well. It wasn't anything as far as a strategic standpoint. It was just, these are essentially the first areas that are going to be the least consequential whenever we looked at them. Like, I know if we move forward with any sort of properties that, for example, Cypress Creek is a large community over Old Boynton Road moving towards Military Trail. The city doesn't have any sort of footprint already there. So Palmyra made the most sense to be the first.
Would this have anything to do with property values?
No, not at all.
No, it's just you picked those two for...
No, if we can speak about property values, yes, these property values, they're vastly more affluent out west, but no, but when you look at annexation, I understand the point that you're trying to make. So.
And my other question would be, are you looking to expand annexation in this manner?
It's going to be very slow, very methodical, responsible annexation. Again, for the city to absorb such a larger responsibility to those western communities, it's going to take time. It's not going to be something that we look to do overnight. But again, we do want to give the county the ability to have some time, look over what we're trying to make a compromise with you guys. So we'd be willing to, once the Palmyra and the Bamboo Lane annexations move forward, if you guys wanted to take some time to actually do some due diligence into what we're looking at on both sides, the city be willing to probably pull back a little bit.
My last question, were these residents ever brought in, asked for feedback, asked for what they thought? What has been the outreach to these residents?
So the outreach to the residents is only when we're ready to annex a parcel, we provide notices. What's the notice time, Amanda? Is it 2 weeks?
We notified them as soon as the application became active.
Okay.
Sorry, we can't hear that.
As soon as the application became active, that's when we notified them. Go ahead.
Hi, Amanda again. The first notifications went out to residents directly, everyone in the affected areas, in late June.
So notification, does that include feedback, collecting feedback, having town halls, explaining what the process would be? I mean, what kind of outreach was done?
Notifications, the notices notified them that this may move forward, and it directed them to the website with direct access to staff for any questions.
So there was no open forum, there was no outreach other than, here's a website and...
Direct access to staff.
We have a delegate that goes out to the COBRA meetings also for the last 20 years. This has came up even with previous commission members. I know Mayor Typen Turga, he's been out there. We've had Commissioner Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay. He's the delegate now to COBRA. And I think it's pretty standard that they are well aware that the city was exploring annexation for years. And I understand they don't want to become a resident of Boynton Beach. I've read the Palm Beach Post articles just like most of you guys had. And there's going to be ideological differences between what the city believes and what those unincorporated residents believe. But again, that's why we're here today, to try to come to a compromise to where we can actually provide them what they want and also provide the city of Boynton what they need as well.
See, I come from municipal, right? I used to be the mayor of Green Acres, and I'm very familiar with annexation. Where I have an issue here, the same manner that you said that you represent the city of Boynton and you do what your board says, technically we are here elected by our residents. And in this particular case, these are county residents. And I feel that they have not been given a fair chance to voice their opinion. And they're going to be annexed whether they like it or not. It sounds basically what you have said, unless we acquire water utilities from you. So that's where I'm struggling with this. I am all for annexation when it's right and when it's voted on by the public, because at the end of the day, it's going to affect them. So I'm struggling with that piece, and at this point in time, I would like to look at those options of acquiring, these service areas that are ours. But I feel like you guys should have given the residents a choice here, not just do it the way you're doing it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to start with staff first, please. Todd, what does it look like for us taking over water utilities?
Well, it depends, and it depends on what we're talking about. So, for example, I'll speak to you about the Glades Utility Authority because I was more involved on that particular one. Obviously, that was a system, and you had 3 municipalities that were, deep into state revolving loan fund money. We had infrastructure that was aged. We built a new facility for them, underground, lots of pipe that hadn't been replaced for 75 plus years. So
Todd, please.
that's the extreme of one.
I think I get that, but more specifically,
Yep.
down there, what their water plant looks like. If we did this, would we have to build another one?
Well, we'd have to get into their plant and put our eyes on it and have a team come in there with us to kind of do some due diligence on it. It'll take us a little while to understand that. They might have some of that analysis as well, but we would probably want to do it independently of that, as well as kind of do some sampling underground to see sort of infrastructure cross the service area to get an idea of what we're talking about underground too.
And not that it's a perfect match, but our western area that we took over, how long did that whole process take?
Oh, it was a long time, and it was.
Are we talking 2 years, 4 years,
No.
10 years?
I would say it was more of probably 5 to 8 years, and then there was a transition once we did take it over in terms of rates and those kinds of things. It was a 5-year transition from the day we took it over. We froze rates until we were able to bring them fully in and integrate them into the system. So there's different phases in doing that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So,
And Madam Vice Mayor, we built the plant out there too. We went after federal and state money as well on the Glades region plant too, to get them off of the surface water, a system that we had to go to an aquifer as well. I mean, for us, we've got pipes that feed in to the western areas of Boynton Beach. So the same way we do with like West Palm and other utilities where we provide backup. So we're sort of that emergency backup to a lot of our eastern utilities. So there are some other things at play there as well that may be less complicated than a GUA.
if my memory serves me correctly, out west, they were also having water quality issues. They were
100%.
also, their
Yeah.
plant wasn't really functioning as
Correct.
properly as it should. So it was a pretty easy sell to go after state and federal dollars.
Yes.
Where in this instance, it's not exactly a one-for-one.
Yeah, I mean, they have two facilities, obviously the east and the west facility, so we'll kind of have to assess the condition of those. And they may be in good working order, or they may need some upgrades that we can go in there and look at what that cost would be. And particularly too, with PFAS and the systems that they have, we're converting 2 of our facilities right now, pretty extensive, and we briefed you on some of those costs, which are in the hundreds of millions of dollars to do that, so it's extensive.
Thank you, Todd. Mr. Dugars, my whole problem with this is exactly what my fellow commissioners have said. I can't imagine in any world signing a water utility agreement that says you can't have water unless you give me a power of attorney. That doesn't seem right or even responsible to put that burden on a resident homeowner saying you can't have a house of your dreams because you won't give us power of attorney to a future annexation. What is your current millage rate in Boynton Beach?
7.75.
And is my understanding that is one of the highest, if not the highest in the county?
Not even close. I think
It's
we're like
one-
6th or 7th.
One of, then, we'll go with. It's towards the top. That's a big millage rate. That's on top of our county millage rate. That's on top of everything else. And so do you think it's proper that the people who want to have water, continue to have water, would be forced to pay that increase?
Well, I think we have to look at a couple of other factors. So what they would be losing off of those tax bills is a 3.46 MSTU that they pay for Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, which is very expensive. On top of that, they're going to lose a library bond, the library operations millage, well, what I think is, I want to say right around 0.88. So they're also going to drop the 25% surcharge for being out of city limit water customers. So
And do
there's
you
going
know
to be,
approximately what that 25% would look like on an average?
as far as the actual details with the hard numbers, no, I do not. But I also want to impress upon the this body that Palm Beach County has an annexation map. This is in your guys' future annexation plans. And now the county is stepping in, trying to prevent a municipality from annexing.
I don't think in any world we want to prevent this. What we want to do is have our residents have a say in the matter. It isn't about stopping this. We don't want to stop you. If residents want to be in your city, it is on you to sell that to your residents, tell them why it's good for them, tell them why it financially makes sense for them. This is just a matter of giving residents a voice.
That's why we're here today, to give them a voice through you guys if you want to purchase our treatment center. And we're given an option and a compromise to do that.
When we talk about giving a voice, we always talk about at the ballot box. Let them vote. If this is good for them and it's a good idea, I support whatever the district commissioner and potential future district commissioners affected by this want to do. And we've said that we are going to stand up for our residents.
I can appreciate that.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Duger, thank you for joining us today. The question I have is the idea that power of attorney is attached to signing off on water agreements, and it piggybacks off of what the Vice Mayor asked. Do you think that's genuine, or how does that work?
As far as
exactly what she said, that you would base me being able to have water at my property based on me signing over power of attorney.
So I don't want to get into the legality of the language. That's up to the attorneys. I'm sure you guys have all been briefed by your legal counsel as far as the technicalities of the contracts that Boynton has. In the event that you guys do not see that it's legally sufficient, you guys are going to vote the way you see fit to vote, and whatever comes from that decision, we're going to have a opposite reaction to that. We have different ideological differences from what the board is. You guys want to go forward, provide the residents a vote. Our standpoint is we're providing a service, a product, a commodity to these residents. We have contracts in place where the state of Florida is very clear when it comes to signed contractual obligations. What you guys are saying is the technical aspect of those contracts is not right. That's still not going to negate the fact that we're providing a commodity to these residents.
Thank you. You took a little strong tone there. Just so you know, all of us have not been briefed by our legal department. So to assume, you know what they say when you assume, I think it's, in my opinion, it's rather disingenuous of a municipality to tie water agreements and the ability to receive water to power of attorney. That's just my opinion. Yours, as I understand, would be different, and that's okay. That's why we have a democratic process. We're able to disagree. I don't believe it's the right approach. Also, as I'm reading the letter, it would indicate that the property owners, based on statute, would have the ability to determine whether they would be annexed into the municipality. But based upon what you're saying is, we give them water. The only way we would not want to annex is if the county were to take over the water utilities, which of course needs to be analyzed. With my colleagues, I would agree. And just the language of the letter alone, the objection of the letter seems to be pretty thorough and comprehensive with regard to simply stating, right? The city is processing these annexations as voluntary, but that's based on the city. It's based on the city taking and using the power of attorney, which again, in my opinion,
It's
I'm not
actually based
finished.
on state statute, sir.
I see it, statute, section 171-044, right? But it's disingenuous to tie that to power of attorney for water agreements. And you would disagree, but those individuals, exactly, those individuals who are tied to this should have a say-so. And although, we may disagree with regard to property rights and how government works, this is something that, as a county, I'm going to agree with my colleagues in terms of we will stand up for the residents who are currently in Palm Beach County, and the county objects. So we as a board, it looks like for the most part, and I'm not going to speak for my other colleagues, but of course, I'll stand with the district commissioner in terms of objecting to this. And I think there's an opportunity to work together and kind of to take the stance, and I don't want to ever come off as adversarial, but to come in and approach our board as if we're adversaries, it's a challenge within itself. I want to be helpful. I didn't run for office to jump in and to talk about politics and to jump on any decision that anybody makes. But I think your tone this morning, at least from my vantage point, maybe I'm wrong, maybe the people in here who I'm looking at were wrong as well, but it was a little bit adversarial. And everything is about politics, but before politics, politics is about the people. And when we forget that, when we forget about the people who we represent, everybody loses. It's one of the problems that's happening in this country right now. People have forgotten that it's about the people. It's not about the politicians. It's not about me. It's not about you. Your board chose you to be the city manager. But that's your board. They were elected. Politics is about the people. And at some point, everybody's going to have to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I have some questions for both of you. When you talk about a delineation of unincorporated and incorporated with your two facilities, does one facility strictly service unincorporated? This is for you, Mr. Duger.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question when you said those two? I thought you were directing
I'm
the
sorry.
question to them.
There are, both of you, I said. You have two facilities. You said you have a western one
And
and
an
an eastern one.
Correct.
Does the western one service all of the unincorporated areas and anything that is incorporated into Boynton Beach?
It services all the unincorporated residents and a few incorporated residents as well. So I want to say there's some residents that receive water services inside the city of Boynton Beach that in the event that you guys decided to move forward with the transfer of ownership, those residents would be serviced by the county then.
Okay. So we're talking about assets, infrastructure, reserves, staffing. The biggest issue for me is PFAS because we're going through a whole litany of expenses with that right now. And I understand annexation plans, being mayor of Gardens, just like Commissioner Flores. Every municipality has an annexation plan. I'd rather see the annexation plan take place because it is voted on by the people. But I also know that in the north end of the county, there is another water utilities company that has a clause very similar to this that I've had staff watching for quite a while. For some reason, I don't know why the state allowed that, but be it as it may. We need to do best for all of those concerned, but we can't take on a utility if it is not financially viable for us. Our due diligence is going to be what I just listed, plus, Todd gave a line for guideline for the Glades utilities, and my hope is that there isn't anything that has to be rebuilt. But I would I would suggest a compromise in the sense of, you take this off the table in annexation if we do our due diligence. This way, it gives our folks a time to figure out if this is something that's doable, and if it's not something that's going to affect the taxpayers who shouldn't be affected by this. And a water utilities company is not something that, we don't want to really be in the business of business, even though we are. We have airports, we have a water utilities company. I don't know if it's something that we want to expand. That would be a discussion for our board and with staff. But my sincere hope is that if this is a discussion we decide to take up, which is doing our due diligence, checking your facilities, all your undergrounding, what the PFAS impact will be, that you would put off doing any kind of annexation. Because I don't think it would be fair to say to your folks, we're going to annex you because of water, but oh, by the way, the county is looking at maybe acquiring you. So that would be my ask, would be that if you, in fact, or we, in fact, say, yes, this is something that we're interested in doing, that the annexation question comes off the table. So, staff, to you, being that this is a little different environment than the Glades was, do you still see a time frame of 5 to 8 years? And PFAS is that strange anomaly that we all have to deal with right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Mayor, that's a good question, and I don't have the answer for you. However, I would say that it would take us, a little bit of time to sit down with our staff and their staff to kind of piece some of these components together. There's also a whole other legal side to this as well that I didn't even get into in terms of the legal documentations and the boxes that you need to check when you're going through some of those transitions. So, with our legal team and Mike Jones, who has worked with us on a lot of these complicated transactions, I think it would take us probably, at least 30 to 60 days to just kind of put the parameters together for that, to come back to the board, and then at least provide what that timeline looks like to you, and then working with staff at the city to try to kind of understand what other documentation that they have that we can look at. So if you can give us a little bit of time on that, we could probably get you a better idea of what that outlook is. I don't want to put a time frame out there and be very off base.
I'm trying to come up with the fairest option possible.
Understand.
And if it would be okay with the board, can we give direction for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give board direction for that. But Mr. Dugar, I really would appreciate it if, while we're doing this, this is not a topic of discussion. Because we can't have you saying we're going to annex and then us putting our best foot forward. We don't want to waste our time or our dollars or our energy.
Well, I'm here representing the city. That's a board decision. Commissioner Woodrow Hay is the one that put forth annexation, I want to say in 2023. This was his initiative, and that's kind of what got the ball rolling as far as the rest of the dais voting on it. The last time that it came before the dais, it was a unanimous vote to move forward with the Bamboo Lane and also Palmyra. So I don't know, I don't have time to take that off the agenda as far as like Bamboo Lane and Palmyra. Is that where you guys are asking for us to stop annexation of those two parcels?
I would venture to say Palmyra at least, because that would be in the same utility. I don't understand where the Bamboo Lane one would be. Is that in the eastern?
Bamboo Lane is eastern, yes. That's a city, that's a county pocket within the city.
That's a different story, but at least with yes, Palmyra, I would think that if that is part of what we would be acquiring, then I would say that should be something that is not continued to be fueled at this moment. So that would be.
I can't provide.
I realize that.
confirmation. Yeah,
But
that's
you
going to
can
be a
bring
board
this back
decision.
to your
I can,
board.
yes, absolutely.
And you can tell them you can relate to them the discussion that we're having here, and we're trying to be amenable.
That's why I'm standing before you guys. I totally appreciate that, and trust me when I say if we can get a win-win-win out of this scenario, that's going to be optimal for the county, the residents, and also the city as well. So I will definitely take that back to my board. I'll discuss it. I know we have an agenda review coming up, I want to say this Thursday, so I can definitely broach the topic.
And as far as annexation plans, when you show Bamboo Lane up there, that would be in my eyes, that would be a traditional plan for annexation because it is totally surrounded by the city. We try to encourage pockets to be incorporated into those municipalities that have services. I would see that as a better route than trying to do it through the water, and that would be a suggestion coming from me. Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Did you want to? Okay, I'm going to let Commissioner Woodward go. Go ahead.
Sorry, I told the mayor to go ahead before we started round two. I just wanted to say, this is actually the world that I come from with my husband, working in water utilities. And it's public-to-public transfers happen. There's a path for this to happen. It's a process. And the due diligence part of this it's very important. And, there's the Royal Palm Beach one. When I spoke to Ali, he'll be here to talk to us about this. But he has done this before. There is a potential to have this happen. But again, we're opening up books. We're opening up, we're going to dig in and see where this needs to go. I thank you for the conversation because this got icky, for lack of a better word, for everyone involved and, having these types of discussions. And I understand where the city's coming from, and then I understand where our residents are coming from. And this seems, at least on paper right now, like a very good solution for us to take care of part of this problem. And as the mayor was just talking about, the pockets, those make sense. And those are all in my district anyway, the pockets that exist. I still, feel the need to reach out to those residents and let them know what's happening. But completely surrounded by incorporated areas, those do make sense in my mind for annexation. How we get there is still very much, I want the people involved, and my office will be reaching out at some of this too. It's on us as well. But thank you for this. I wanted to bring down some of the emotion, to calm some of this down, and to try to get to a good solution for the people. That's what we talk about. And this, however this plays out, if we become the water utility for those residents, that we're now long-term partners. And I don't know if everyone's aware, if this does happen where we take the eastern facility too, that you service a number of other municipalities, the barrier islands right now, which we have all talked about septic to sewer conversions. And you're providing water right now. A lot of those barrier islands are septic. And this could potentially help us get some of that taken care of in the future. It at least gives us a path to work towards on some of that long term. So I do see this as a good solution. Of course, we have to do our due diligence. And that is left to you guys. You know what you're doing. So I look forward to bringing that back and us having that discussion where we are partners in this.
Can I, what kind of timeline are you guys looking at? Or do you want us to, Todd, do you guys want us to go back and forth with staff?
Well, before you do that, the attorney has her light on, and I've asked her to ask us specifically what it is she needs from us.
I just want to ask Attorney Leiser, is there a time frame for doing an objection letter to the actions that have already taken place on Bamboo and Palmyra?
So, from what I'm hearing is that Mr. Duggar will bring back to his board this option of delaying the annexation until such a time as Todd can work out some sort of time frame.
I would say a due diligence on, yes, a time frame, and not only just for the Western utilities, but for both, whatever all of our options could be.
Right. So as the lawyer, my brain is spinning here. And I'm thinking that, well, let's say he brings it back, the board says no, and the board wants to go ahead and process the annexations, right? It would be my recommendation that we still send our objection letter because we need to get that on the record so that if that happens, our arguments are preserved on the record. So that would be my advice. Now, as far as timing goes, let's say they do approve the annexation. There's 30 days for us to begin the intergovernmental dispute resolution process. There's 30 days for the people within the affected area to file petitions for cert with the circuit court. So we're on two separate tracks, if you will, with the people in the affected area and with the county.
I appreciate that, and we are not in any way trying to interfere with or cause any problems here. We're just, you know, being the legal nerds that we are, we want to make sure that we are preserving the county's rights in case things don't go the way that we are hoping that they go. So, thank you.
And Mayor, if I could add one piece to what Darren just identified, should this board want to continue the direction from Thursday on the letter, we would be back to you should the city adopt the annexations. We would come back to you to seek the conflict mediation, the 164 process, to get your direction to proceed with that. So there's still more time that goes into it along the way. Does not preclude any of the opportunities to continue discussions. It just preserves our place.
So it sounds like the objection letter is still in place, and we're doing that to preserve whatever we would need for the future in case the board says, no, they don't want to. So we're protecting our position. You would be protecting your position.
Totally understandable, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Weiss, your light is on. No, Joel said. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So just for me to wrap up my comments on this. First off, thank you for coming, Mr. Duggar. Thank you, Commissioner Turkin, for being here, and thank you for the staff of Boynton Beach. I support us moving forward with looking at this water utility opportunity. I think there's some great things that could happen from the scale. We have a very large water utility today, growing it some, still it does present challenges, but I think there's great benefits in that too, and from a staffing perspective as well. If you have engineers and they can oversee a greater system, it gets more efficient and potentially more efficient for everybody who could be serviced by that system and at a better cost because of that scale. So again, just speaking, on behalf of the residents that I represent, and so I just wanted to make sure that they're at least today, their voice is heard.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. We actually have a card on this.
Yes, Debbie Murphy.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I have lots of notes written here, but of course, I wrote these last night, so things have changed. First of all, what I'd like to say is that we appreciate the City of Boynton Beach being here to possibly communicate the availability of changing from having city water to having county water. This we really truly appreciate, and we look forward to hearing more about this. I would like to explain, first of all, that I happen to live in one of the communities. This is speaking personally now rather than as Vice President of COBRA. I happen to live in one of those communities. My sewer system is actually septic. We do not get sewer from the city. And so my water bill currently is somewhere, depending on how much laundry I do, somewhere in the neighborhood of $22 to $30 some dollars. And that's with that extra fee attached to it. I used to live in a different community. 5 years ago I moved. And so in that community, we did have city water and city sewer. And that, my bill was then approximately $60 some dollars. So the 25% surcharge, it's not really a huge amount of money that we would be saving. So I just wanted to clarify that. I know that some of you had asked about what the bills were like. So now, on behalf of COBRA, I would first of all like to extend our thanks and appreciation to the Commission, the Planning Division, and the county attorneys for the letter of objection that is being sent, we hope, to the city of Boynton regarding annexation. It seems like just yesterday, Barbara Roth and I stood before you and shared our frustration with the methods being used by the city to encumber the residents of Palmyra and taxes levied against their will. Since the last BCC meeting, we were invited to attend a meeting at Palmyra, and while they are not a member of COBRA, we attended in support of their opposition of annexation, as we will continue to do. We also continue to wonder why the city has not met with impacted residents, why they have not had a real public mention of the feasibility study that they undertook, that they would undertake prior to moving forward with the annexation, and why the annexation notice was posted on a street that Palmyra residents cannot use for ingress or egress. While we fully support the view that the water agreements and powers of attorney are not viable and a viable avenue for annexation, COBRA hopes that in the future, the city will become more forthcoming with the county and affected residents. Thank you.
Commissioner Flores.
Ma'am? You mentioned you're a resident of one of these communities?
I am. Not of the two that are being annexed now, but of a community that is on the potential annexation map that they presented in January of 2024.
Okay. You say you've met with some of these residents who object?
Yes.
So let's say this annexation move forward. There is a path for objection through the court system. Would that be something that they would be looking at?
Well, it's an interesting scenario with that particular community because they are split. Part of the city, part of the community is in the city, part of it is in the county. So logistically, how that HOA would proceed moving forward is an interesting question. Whether or not the residents together would be able to hire legal representation there's a lot of legwork that's already been done by the county. And whether or not they can afford to do that, I don't know the answer to that because I am not a resident there. But it certainly seems like an option.
Would that be an HOA or would it be an individual?
It could be both, but it could be the individuals, it could potentially be the HOA. But I want to make clear that I do not think the residents should rely on the county because, as I said earlier, we're on two separate tracks.
I understand that.
They have 30 days to file with the court. We have 30 days to initiate the intergovernmental dispute resolution process. If they rely on us and we don't initiate the process, or we do, but we get to the end of it and we decide not to file a court case, they're timed out. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Weiss.
Debbie, you had talked about notification, and I'm unclear. So are you saying there was a sign, or were they mailed something? Was there?
My understanding is they were mailed,
Okay.
their notices, but there's also, there has to be a sign posted on the exterior of their community. And so I went by last week and looked, and there are 3 entrances to Palmyra. 2 of them are on Lawrence Road. There are no signs on either of those entrances. Those are the entrances that people use for ingress and egress. The 3rd entrance that they have is an emergency-only entrance, and that's on Hypoluxo Road. It is locked. There's no ability for a resident to use that. So that's where the sign is at the stop sign. And it's a small white sign that is not easily, it's not quite like your big yellow signs that you put up. So yeah, it's a small sign that is next to the stop sign at that road.
Okay, thank you.
Sir? Sure.
Go ahead.
I kind of wanted to avoid going down the road of litigation because when we talk about providing information to homeowners, in the event that they decide to initiate that process and it fails, the city will counter litigate for all of those attorney fees and costs and things like that. we're fully prepared to do that.
I was actually looking if you had a question, an answer about the signage.
I just heard litigation being brought up, and again, like I try to steer away from that.
So do you have the signage, the approved signage out? That was the question that I think just came up.
All the required signage is posted on both of the annexations,
Thank
on
you.
all rights-of-ways.
Thank you. Okay, so we've taken all cards. I think anybody have any more questions for staff or for Boynton?
I have one more thing to add.
Sure.
With respect to Mr. Duggar's comment there about the attorney's fees. So the statute says that any action instituted pursuant to the subsection, the complainant, should he or she prevail, shall be entitled to reasonable costs and attorney's fees. So if the complainant loses, I don't see any basis for the city to claim attorney's fees against them.
And now we have the city attorney. Can you identify yourself, please?
Good morning, Stacy Weinger, Deputy City Attorney for the City of Boynton Beach. While I'm aware of the language under the annexation statute, we're also dealing with private agreements and water sewer agreements, and there are counter arguments to be made in potential litigation with respect to a challenge to that annexation process constituting a breach of that contract, and there are prevailing party attorney's fees included in those documents. So it's a different line of legal theory than what you're discussing.
Thank you. Could you, all of you that came to the microphone, could you make sure you fill out a card for us, please?
Absolutely, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Okay, I have two more lights on. Commissioner Flores, and then we'll wrap up with Commissioner Woodward, and hopefully we can make a motion and move on.
I just want to say this. Essentially, what you're saying is that you're going to sue your own residents. That sounds ideal. Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. Do we need to make a motion to direct staff, or are we just giving board direction?
We gave board direction, but we need a motion to approve the objection letter, correct?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have
Sorry.
a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed. See that motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much for everyone being here on this topic. Now we'll move back to the regularly scheduled program, and we'll go to item 3A1 and 2. This is the clerk looking for a motion to receive and file and motion to approve.
Make a motion to second.
We have the motion from Commissioner Woodward, a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, all opposed. See that the motion for 3A1 and 2 passes 6-0. We are now on to Westgate.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Do we have cards?
We do have cards, I believe. 3B1?
No.
No on 3B1?
From this item.
Madam Mayor, I'll make the motion. Oh, whose district is this? Oh, 2 and 7, please.
Before we begin with any motions, I think I might have a couple questions.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to be clear on this budget here. There's 4 components to this particular budget for Westgate CRA. The redevelopment trust fund has the amount of $7,029,059. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
And can you explain that $7,029,059? And it represents the CRA's annual tax increment financing, but is a portion of that carryover, or how does that work?
Yes, the total amount of $7 million comes from-
$29,059 there?
Yes, $7,029,059. 1.5 million of that is balance brought forward, and 5.5 million of that is a tax increment financing that we are receiving from the general fund and fire rescue funds. And there is also a 17,000 interest that we think we might get for 2026.
So there's 17,000 in interest?
Yes.
The tax increment financing, how does that work again? It's a portion of the taxes are held constant during the year that the CRA is created, and whatever the increment of that, I'm just trying to remember, above that is then used in terms of financing the
Yes.
CRA?
Yes, there is a base year, and the base year doesn't change. That's the tax that was receiving during the base year goes to the county, and any increments come to the CRA from the general fund and the MSTO.
Thank you. And then the capital improvement fund, I see the amount of $4,200,000. Is that correct? $4,200,000?
Yes, the $4,200,000, a portion of it is coming from the TIF, the tax increment financing, and also a portion coming from grants that we receive from TPA. Actually, it's a grant reimbursement that we haven't received, that we hope to receive in 2026, and that money we can either use it for infrastructure improvement or pay off a debt we took to do the Westgate Avenue project.
Excellent. So going further, I see the last bit of funding here is the debt service. And that debt service is, and I just want to make sure I'm correct here, $915,000? $915,000?
Yes, we took an $11 million debt, a loan from Jewish Bank in 2022 to complete some infrastructure improvement project, and we're paying off that debt every year at $915,000 a year. And it's a loan for 15 years.
Thank you for that. And then it shows on the screen here, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at all the numbers. It shows housing transportation, but at the bottom it shows other. That looks like $2,017,059, housing and transportation, $3,450,000, the debt service of $915,000, the capital improvement of $4,200,000, professional expenditures of the capital improvements, $652,000, with an operation of $910,000. Did I get all those numbers correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, that being said, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this particular item, which is 3B1, Westgate Belvedere Homes Community Redevelopment Agency.
I have a motion from the Commissioner, a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Commissioner Powell, for making that motion. We
Thank
are
you,
now
Madam Mayor.
on to item 3C1.
Is there a card on that?
No. Thank you. We're now on to item 3C1.
Thank you.
And we have several cards. Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Administrator Bruzo. I'm James Green, Director of the Palm Beach County Community Services Department. And joining me at the table today are Deputy County Administrator Tammy Fields, Deputy Department Director Taruna Malhotra, and Assistant County Attorney Jessica Rosenthal. Also with us in the audience is Alexandria Ayala, CEO of the Homeless Coalition, along with members of the coalition's Board of Directors. So this morning, staff is seeking board direction regarding a 10-year agreement between the Palm Beach County and the Homeless Coalition of Palm Beach County, set to expire on September the 30th, 2029. And under this agreement, the Palm Beach County provides $150,000 annually to fund the coalition's chief executive officer and support staff. So today's presentation will focus on providing some background on the history and purpose of this agreement, reviewing the services delivered by the Homeless Coalition, and then seeking your guidance on how we should move forward. Next slide. I think you have a clicker there. So in January of 2006, Palm Beach County was designated as the lead entity for homeless services in the county. And the following year, the county established the Homeless Advisory Board, which led eventually to the adoption of the 10-year plan to end homelessness in September of 2008. By 2011, as the county prepared to open the Lewis Center Homeless Shelter, the Homeless Advisory Board had also discussed the need to form a nonprofit organization to fundraise for the homeless plan. Around the same time, the Homeless Coalition, a nonprofit that was established in 1983, was facing financial challenges and had lost its executive director. Seeing the opportunity to collaborate, the Homeless Advisory Board worked with community services staff to explore the possibility of the Homeless Coalition serving as a fundraising entity for the homeless plan. After putting a plan in place, the board, BCC, approved an agreement allowing community services staff to actually function as a role of executive director for the Homeless Coalition while still remaining a county employee. The county provided office space, supplies, and other supports to the Homeless Coalition, and the Homeless Coalition allowed donor contributions to directly and primarily go towards client services rather than administrative cost. The coalition soon launched signature events like the Lewis Luncheon and helped raise funds to help operate the shelters and advance the goals of the 10-year plan. In 2019, the Homeless Coalition Board requested and the BCC approved a shift to allow the coalition to hire its own CEO separate from county staff. Since then, the Homeless Coalition's board has supervised the CEO more independently, with Alexandra Ayala recently being appointed to serve as CEO. Now, the current partnership, the county continues to provide $150,000 annually for the CEO and staff, as well as in-kind support, including office space and communication support. The community services also collaborates with the coalition to provide resources. So they help us with things like providing cell phones for unsheltered HIV clients to improve engagement and access to care.
Before you move on to the next slide.
Okay, sure.
Vice Mayor has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Green,
Yes.
of that $150,000 that we gave the Homeless Coalition last year, how much of it was expended?
Yeah, this one. I have those figures. Let me see. I think this is it. Right?
We spent $123,000 last year.
When I requested this information, and I have it here, it says that the program expended $55,692.34, 37% of that amount. So why do I have two different numbers? Why are you telling me something different today?
The $123,000 does include the clerical support too. That could be the reason. I can check back and respond.
Thank you. And then the second bullet point on this slide, Palm Beach County also provides office space, computers, internet support, facility support. Do we have a cost of that?
We don't have the cost for that. They are located in our Delray Beach location, and it's a small office space and I believe 4 cubicles for the volunteers to come and work out of those.
All right, if at some point we could get those numbers, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
I can get that. Thank you.
Okay.
Please continue.
To support the the county's homeless plan, Leading the Way Home, the coalition raises funds through events like the Mayor's Ball, a Lewis Luncheon, and various mixers, as well as through grants. One more?
You're already on 6.
These funds are used to cover housing gaps by supporting nonprofits such as Adopt a Family, Goodwill, and the Lord's Place. They're used to provide hotel placements for families. And it offers, again, flexible spending for individuals who are transitioning from the shelters into permanent housing to purchase items that are needed. Next slide. Over the past 5 years, the coalition has provided Adopt a Family with more than $1 million. They've provided Gulfstream Goodwill with nearly $850,000, and the Lord's Place with over $300,000 to support first, last, and security moving into the residents and rapid rehousing supports. In fiscal year 2023, about $331,000 was spent to help 111 households, which is about 258 individuals, secure housing, while in fiscal year 2024, about $355,000 assisted 65 households and about 210 individuals.
This slide, we just want to share some of the programs that are run through Homeless Coalition. They have supported the Parks to Work program, providing stipend to nearly 160 participants, and 80% of whom have not re-entered the homeless system. About 40% of this year's participants secured employment after completing the program, and more notably, several of them have been hired by our county parks department. The Homeless Coalition has also helped facilitate better coordination amongst homeless service providers to bridge the gap for unsheltered individuals who are in need of support services. Project Homeless Connect has helped hundreds of unsheltered individuals with showers, food, clothing, haircuts, and with obtaining documents needed for them to become more stable and find permanent housing. We want to share that Homeless Coalition holds a permanent seat on the Homeless Advisory Board, and they play a critical role in advocacy and awareness and spearheading campaigns such as One Paycheck Away from Homelessness. They have raised awareness on the key issues like the Sudowski Trust Fund, homelessness in school, and the challenges of NIMBYism. This slide is their recent IRS 990, shows they have generated approximately $2.6 million in total revenue, $370,000 from fundraising events, $313,000 from governmental grants, and over $2 million from other contributions and gifts. And their expenditures include $550,000 from the Creating Housing Opportunities programs, which is different from some of the funding that James shared for Adopt a Family and Goodwill. They have also spent $270,000 for outreach and awareness events, and then $86,000 in support of Homeless Resource Center.
Before you go on, Commissioner Powell, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to highlight on this chart. I've got a couple questions. Well, maybe not questions. At the top, the total revenues, it shows $2,606,391. Is that correct?
Yes.
But then I see contributions and grants, $2,711,248. Are the contributions and grants not included in the total revenues?
That's their 990, which we just got it from their from the website. But I'm assuming it may include some of the in-kind, which they have converted into cash value. But Alexandra Ayla is in the audience. She may be able to answer this question for you.
Okay, let's just put a pin in that and we come back to it at the end. Thank you.
Cumulatively, the coalition has generated nearly 12 million in public support since inception, and tons of volunteer hours for this work. And over the past 5 years, their strongest fundraising year was in 2022, with nearly 3 million raised, with the lowest year in 2023, brought in just under $2 million. We are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I don't see any lights on at the moment. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we start back with that last question that I asked with regard to the slide that showed, I lost the slide. Oh,
This is the one.
the $2,606,391 and the $2,711,248.
I believe we have folks here from the Homeless Coalition. Maybe one of them can answer.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that would be great.
Okay, and we also have 4 cards.
Good morning. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Powell. So as stated...
Could you identify yourself, please?
Sure. Alexandria Ayala, current CEO of the Homeless Coalition. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Administrator Abruzzo. This is from our most recent 990, so these are publicly available figures from our tax filing and our nonprofit requirements. Having been in the position for the last 6 months as an interim, I cannot speak to the fiscal year previous for where that number is coming from. I can certainly get you that answer after today, but these were just numbers that are available on our publicly fileable finance records. It could have to do something with in-kind contributions that are not specifically labeled in revenue, and they're categorized in a different categorical in the financial form, but I can get you an answer in writing or on a phone call later this afternoon once I speak to our tax professional.
Thank you. So the contribution and grants, just riddle me this. Contribution and grants is not included in the total revenues, or they are? And or is the total revenues from last year? I'm not understanding quite what's happening here.
So it's my understanding that the total revenue is part of contribution and grants. However, if the contribution is in kind and non-cash, it won't show in the total revenue. But again, this is for a nonprofit accounting, so I'm not an expert on that. So we will work with their tax professional to get that answer. But I believe that's the reason.
Thank you for that. I think that goes right in-kind contributions.
Right.
Into the question that Vice Mayor Baxter asked earlier with regard to in-kind contributions and to be able to quantify the office space. My question with regard to in-kind contributions as well, we talked about the office space, but what are the other in-kind contributions that the county provides, and are those quantifiable? Are we able to put a dollar number on those?
Yeah, we only provide the space and then any utility corresponding to that area. That's the only in-kind we provide.
Yeah, also so the internet, we also provide a phone line, email access, and I think computers as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. And those are quantifiable. We can
Those are
break
quantifiable,
that.
and we can get that based on the space usage.
Perfect. I have another follow-up question, Madam Mayor. The question is with regard to the reimbursables. I see here that for some of the services, or many of the services, we talk about, it discusses in the backup that the county acts as a pass-through, where the Homeless Coalition pays and then the county reimburses. Can you explain to me how that works? Are those reimbursables then paid from another entity to the county for the county to reimburse the Homeless Coalition?
Yeah, there's different scenarios, but the one scenario is our HIV program, where we provide the cell phones to the unsheltered individuals so that they can stay in care and get telehealth services from the physicians. That particular grant is a federal grant that the county receives it. Because we need a billing mechanism with a credit card to pay the provider on a monthly basis, we utilize utilize Homeless Coalition to do that function for us. So there is no ad valorem cost to the county. We are just using as a pass-through to pay for some expenditures. There are some grants which we are getting it from HUD or state homeless programs where we are getting the reimbursement, but we need a Homeless Coalition to pay for the, let's say, the hotel. We need a credit card, or there's an overnight request where we need to pay at the middle of the night. We use Homeless Coalition to pay for those expenses. There are some ad valorem, but it's a small amount. And going back to your in-kind question, I just want to clarify it. Prior to 2019, a Homeless Coalition CEO was a county employee, so they were always placed at one of the county location. So when they moved in 2019 to hire their own CEO, we kept, we provided the space as part of the arrangement.
Thank you for that. I see a number here for private, I guess that would be private contributions, $2,030,033. Above includes non-cash contributions of $923,106. Those private contributions are the funds that are privately raised, more specifically, and does that include the Mayor's Ball?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I think my last question for now is, we talk about the P2W program, the Parks to Work program, and the success of that program, which I definitely applaud the Homeless Coalition and the county for working together in partnership to create a program. To date, and I saw how many, I think it was over 5 years, 158 unduplicated individuals have completed the program, with 80% non-entering. How long is the evaluation period after someone leaves the program?
They evaluate all the time, and if somebody enters back in the system, then there is a report which triggers that this person was previously in the system.
Okay. Annually, maybe more specifically this year, how many people or how many individuals are currently participating in the Parks to Work program?
So we generally have like 8 to 10 folks all the time in the program, and all of these folks come from our homeless shelters. Once they are in the homeless shelter, we evaluate, and if they are ready to work and have the skills, we get them in the program. So it's an ongoing, but we generally, most of the time, we have 10 folks in there.
Perfect. How long does it last?
Typically until they get permanently housed and they're able to find additional employment, or so it varies.
Thank you for that. No further questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff. More so than anything, I have more questions from this conversation, not less. So I would like to potentially have the Homeless Coalition come back at another day with their own presentation. I mean, you guys have done an amazing job, but I want to hear from them. I want to hear what services they're providing, how many people they've helped, what their future plans are. I think that would be amazing.
Okay.
I mean, they might be, yes, I guess, to the point of in the room today, but I would like to see them bring some, their own presentation with numbers, facts, figures, what their trend has been over the last few years, and really just hear from them. Okay. I think that would be a really great way to continue this conversation.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. I'd like to try and shed some light on these questions that my colleague has had regarding their tax filing, because I just pulled up their tax filing. So, they raised, or in total was 2.7 million. Of that, almost 30,000 of it was investment income. But here's where the differentiator comes. It's called other revenue, and I went and looked that up in the filing. And in that last year's filing, there was a loss of $134,000 from an event or multiple events. But that's what makes up that difference, and so that's where you see that difference. There is they have some additional income that they made from investment, I guess, from their, whatever they have in investments. And then they also then had a loss from one of the, or some events that they, and I'm sure the details in there where to find it, but that explains the difference between the 2.6 and the 2.711.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some cards. Why don't we go ahead and call those up?
First one's Alex. If you go ahead, since you're standing there.
I'm already here. Hello again, Alexandria Ayala, current CEO of the Homeless Coalition. I think that I appreciate the Vice Mayor's recommendation, so I've heard it. We can certainly prepare for that. The numbers are the numbers. There's also human stories behind this that I think is really important from our perspective. We come forward and tell, which I'd love the opportunity to do. So I'm very passionate about the work that this organization does. Before becoming interim CEO, I was a member of the board just to give back and serve our community, because as a former member of the school board, it came to my attention how many children were sleeping in cars and unhoused in our community, and that really doesn't sit right with me in our county. So I wanted to get involved, and then, you know, things happened. Our former CEO stepped aside and I stepped in before the mayor's ball, which many of you attended and supported us at. Thank you for that. So this is a rebuilding time, and it's certainly an opportunity for us to work together on how our partnership looks into the future. I want to thank the Community Services Department team for their continued support and partnership in this, but I think we're at a perfect nexus of time to have these conversations. I appreciate the conversation, and to move forward in a way that works for, most importantly, our community, but for both parties. So I've heard the request on the presentation, also happy to meet individually and talk about how to move forward, but I'll let my board members give you their perspective as well in our organizations, and if you have any more questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We also have Melissa McKinley, Jeff DeMario, and Marcellus Harp.
Good morning. You know I don't like to be here unless I have to be here, so it's good to be back in the commission chambers. Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Senator. Good to see you. I feel like I'm in a legislative committee meeting. I also, Commissioner Powell, to answer your question, the dollar value on the leased space or the donated space is $48,600. It's also in that 990. I can tell you that we use that space on a very limited basis, just given the condition of the building. Our employees and our volunteers who have worked in that building often leave not feeling well. I think there are some mold conditions and some other things that are going on in there. We actually, our former CEO had a workers' comp claim based on plugging something in an alleged electrocution that occurred that required surgery. So we don't use that space that often, although we're very appreciative to have the mailing address and some of the other services that are provided through it. I'd like to recognize I do have some of my board members here today. I have Jeff Trins and Rochelle Litt in the audience. I also have two of my volunteers who serve on the planning committee, or had served on the planning committee for the Mayor's Ball. We've got Boca Councilwoman Yvette Drucker here today, and we also have Marcel Burke, who is a renowned community volunteer. Both of them are Junior League sisters of mine, which I think is how we ended up here in the first place. I've only been on the board since 2023. Came into leadership as the president of the board of directors in October of last year. Since that time, our CEO did resign after that workers' comp case. We then had Tony May come in on an interim basis. She experienced a medical emergency, and then she had to resign abruptly, only 2 weeks into the job. Alex stepped in. She's done a phenomenal job. So when it came time to hire a permanent CEO, she was an easy pick for the board of directors. So I come before you as a group of volunteers. You know, all of us that are serving on the board of directors are community volunteers with other home obligations and full-time jobs. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that everybody in this county has a roof over their head. I also think it's very important to note some of the concerns about the grant that has been given to the county. Is specifically stated in the county contract that that funding is only to be used for staffing. We are also strictly prohibited in the county contract from providing any direct services. We do that so that we don't compete with the Jeff DeMarios and the Vita Novas of the world. We're trying to be their partner and their helper and raise them money rather than compete with them for services in a very limited basis of dollars that are available in the community and dwindling as we speak. So we are serving, and for those of you that served in the legislature, we are basically a direct support organization for the county. We look forward to being able to provide those fundraising and administrative services to you moving forward. We have not, actually, there is a $25,000 allocation that we can use for administrative services. We have not tapped into that. We actually fundraise outside of the dollars that you give us to be able to provide the administrative costs. The last thing I want to note, I got a call from Sally Chester this morning who indicated to me at one point in time, the Parks to Work program was put out for bid. There were no responses, and that is how we continue to carry that project on for you. So we look forward to being your partner and continuing this good work. I'll take any questions if you have any.
We'll let you sit, and then if we have some at the end, we'll take them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sir, thank you for returning. You've been here before.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Marcellus Harp. I'd like to thank y'all for allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to touch on some of the topics of
Could you get a little closer to the microphone?
my bad.
Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on some of the topics of why we should keep funding for youth so we could prevent homelessness. I'm 22 years old, and I've been working with Vita Nova, and they've done a lot with helping me to get off the streets into my own apartment and even progressing in life. The reason why I'm here is to explain why it's important to keep youth off the street and prevent homelessness. The first reason is important is because when you don't have a family, it's much harder to do things. And with the support of Vita Nova and the good people that we have access to, it's way more easier for us to have support to be able to get into the programs needed to. And another reason is because a lot of these kids, and even me myself, it's easy to get into hard drugs, and also the streets aren't safe due to gang violence and killings. There's a lot of shootings and a lot of bad stuff going on out there. Now that I've gotten a place, I've been able to focus on changing my mental and also staying out of danger, and it's been a big help. If I was on the streets, I couldn't see myself being able to possibly get my life together and even better my mental because of all the obstacles that we go through every day as youth. It's not easy out here. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak out, but not just for me, but all the other youth out there. I know we wish more youth would have came and spoke up for the people and spoke up for us, but apparently a lot of them may come and, just God bless. I pray that the words that I spoke on to y'all today will influence y'all decision to help us. So, yeah.
Jeff, did you want to add anything? Good job.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Jeff DeMario. I come here representing Vita Nova, Vita Nova Inc., who's a nonprofit whose sole purpose is to end youth homelessness here in Palm Beach County. And I come not only as myself, but I also come representing so many other youth that have taken advantage of creating housing options funding from the Homeless Coalition as our partner to get youth into housing when no one else would pay security dollars for them to get off the street. The issue of youth homelessness is not some abstract problem in faraway places. It's actually a crisis that's unfolding right here in Palm Beach County. And we're not just talking about adults. We're talking about youth that are trying to finish their high school diploma. We're talking about youth that are older from foster care. We're talking about LGBTQ plus youth who have been rejected by their families. You see, all these young people are living in our parks. They're couch surfing, and they're forced to live in dangerous situations just to find a safe place to fall asleep. There are extreme risks of exploitation, chronic health problems, and falling into cycles of intergenerational poverty. We receive about $50,000 from our partners at the Homeless Coalition, and I'll tell you that money is sorely needed to help us. It's a pass-through for Vita Nova. We get it, pass it through partner landlords that help us establish apartments for these youth that they can afford. Through other dollars we have, we case manage the situation so that the youth can continue to work and through their full-time jobs, pay rent. It's a solution and an investment that invests in itself because at the end we have young people that are getting jobs. We have young people completing school, and we have young people paying taxes. And instead of being a burden on society, they're actually contributing. I'd like to thank Marcellus Hart for coming today. He's right. A lot of young people couldn't be here today. A lot of the young people in this program are working. Why do they work? Because they have to have rent and food and other things. And so I come on their behalf. The last thing I want to say is about the cost-benefit investment, and I'll make this quick. You know, the cost of inaction is staggering. It results in our criminal justice system being overflooded, the cost of taxpayers especially higher, and we have to pay for crisis management. And so, commissioners, I urge you today to look beyond this as a budget line item, but really an investment in our workforce future and in the moral character of our county. This is helping youth get into apartments so that they can live a life off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
So I have been outspoken about the Homeless Coalition. I have had the opportunity to work with them for a long time. And, you know, as we look at the history of that's my time? As we look at the history of this organization, and I think it was said here today, at one point they were in jeopardy of not existing any longer. And it was through the county and this board that we reached out and came to an agreement to help us fill a void that we had in the county. And I think that goes a long way. I mean, we've had a long-standing relationship with them. I think as we look at their budget today, we're giving them small space, and we're also giving them $150,000 for salary, or their executive director salary. But it's a very small investment to what we're getting back in return, and I think that goes a long way. I think we need more partnerships, simply just like this, that we make a tiny investment and we get a far greater return back. So as I look at this particular organization, I want to commend you, the board, your leadership, for the work that you guys do, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. So from my standpoint, this is slam dunk. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Thanks, and thank you, the Homeless Coalition, for being here as well, and for the supporters. I had an opportunity, obviously we all did, to read this contract. And I have to say, it was the first time I had actually read the contract the county had with the Homeless Coalition, and it was eye-opening into the work that they do and how exactly we invest with them. And I have to concur with Commissioner Flores. It's a good return on our investment. We're investing $150,000 a year, and they're returning last year $2.6 million back into helping to keep people from becoming homeless, or those that are homeless to find shelter as well. And then obviously the program, the Parks to Work program, which is something I think is a great example of helping people get back on their feet, taking an active role in society, and then being able to move on. So whoever came up with that program, kudos to whoever did that, because I think it's an excellent way people learn responsibilities. We get our parks cleaned up, so as taxpayers get a benefit from that, and then people put their lives back together. So I have no qualms on continuing this contract. I know you were looking for staff direction, so I would support continue move forward in the way we have. But I also appreciate that they're willing to, or not willing, but want to come back and speak to us more in depth about the programs and what all is happening with the Homeless Coalition. I think we'd all benefit, and I think the community would benefit by hearing directly from them on that. So thank you for that offer, and I know we'll take you up on it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support my fellow commissioners today with the understanding the Homeless Coalition is going to come back and give us a more in-depth rundown of what they do and how they do it. I look forward to that presentation, guys. So I do want to, again, support my fellow commissioners up here today and see where this goes forward.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this today, but I am very interested for the presentation to come forward because of this agenda item today. I read the contract as well and became a lot more educated on what this is. And as I understand it, it's almost like a nonprofit partnership that we have exclusively with them and us that gives us the ability to apply for grants through the Homeless Coalition that we would not actually be eligible for as the county, but with this partnership, we're able to, seek additional funding that exists. And, a number of ways, and I think it would be good for the public to hear this because I'm almost 3 years on the board before really getting an understanding of how this works and the true benefit that it provides to us and to our residents, because any grant funding that they get, again, kind of takes the burden off of other ways that we would need to find to help pay for these things. So I do look forward to the presentation, and it's important not just for this board to understand, but also for the public, because I think it's been around for a long time, and maybe it's kind of merged into something else, and it would be good for us to have a better understanding of what that is, and that we do get a lot of bang for our buck on this because of reaching out for additional monies we would not be eligible for. So thank you for that. I look forward to it.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And understanding is the best thing in the world. One of the biggest issues that I deal with in District 7, and thank you to Community Services for continuing to extend a hand and helping us, is people losing their homes or losing their places to stay. That's the biggest challenge. People crying on the phone because they don't have a place to stay or they're being evicted. Unfortunately, sometimes the eviction notice is on the door and it's time to go. And I want to make sure that comprehensively this program is working to the best of its ability to make sure that we are not missing anything, that those individuals who call my office crying, and I've answered the phone, and I get here, sometimes it's 8 o'clock in the morning, people are calling, and literally, I promise you, they're crying. If I stay late and my staff are gone, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, they'll call the office and cry. And my heart goes out because 8 o'clock at night on a Friday, there's nothing I can do. I commend the Homeless Coalition for the work that you do as a partnership. I do think that it would be beneficial to have a more comprehensive view from you all as to what you're doing. I also see here I know many of the people in this audience deal a lot with homelessness, but I've seen Officer Mackey in the field, and he'll shoot me a text every once in a while about an issue that he's dealing with regard to homelessness and people who he's trying to help. I think that it's in our best interest to continue the program, but to make sure that we are maximizing our efforts. All of the different services that I read through that are in the contract that are provided as a pass-through, I want to make sure they continue to be efficient and effective. And let me pull those numbers again. I want to make sure that the $2,606,391 or the $2,711,248 is used as effectively as it can be as we continue to help our most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I just want to take this opportunity to wish Tammy Fields a very happy and special birthday. So I don't know if she's going to be leaving here shortly, so I want to take this opportunity to just, should we sing or what do we do?
Oh, you don't want to hear me sing?
Happy birthday, Tammy.
Especially with this, whatever.
Madam Mayor.
Sir.
That was going to be in my comments. Tammy, happy birthday. He stole my thunder.
Well, I think I'll wrap this up. I'd like to thank the Vice Mayor for bringing this up because this past year, I actually had some of the same questions. You know, what does the Homeless Coalition do? And there is a reporting requirement, which I'm glad you're going to come back and do that because we do need to know. My experience this year and my connection with the Mayor's Ball, which was, you know, we had a very wonderful time, raised a lot of money. All the work was done by the Homeless Coalition. The only thing they asked me was, what is your vision for the ball? And I said, my vision is, hey, we do something less formal because it's not like the Homeless Coalition and the homeless are going to be going to a gala. So let's do something a little less formal, and let's do it at the fairgrounds, because I really thought that would be more down home. And as it turned out, it became a Nash Vegas at PGA National. I had absolutely nothing to do with choosing the theme or choosing the place. It turned out to be wonderful. And the Mayor's Ball, MAYORS', was all the mayors. And I had the opportunity to go to League of Cities countless times and actually start a competition between the different cities for the silent auction and who could bring the best basket. And actually, it was kind of a toss-up between Loxahatchee Groves and Wellington with all of the great stuff that they brought that we're able to go back into the community. So the Mayor's Ball was a good time had by all. Our names are not included on that. It's not, you know, Maria Marino Mayor's Ball, because quite frankly, we're not allowed to. I mean, we are a support organization, but it's not my name or any other mayor's name that goes on there. We're a community. We do it all together. And I think I even got something from ethics that said, you know, we're not allowed to put our names on fundraising because that's, you know, not what we're supposed to be doing. So that's why you may see the Mayor's Ball, but you don't see any mayor's names on there. And Lewis Center, when they did they were not able to do their lunch last year, and we did have a reception later on. The Homeless Coalition, it's important that you come to us and let us know what you're doing, because I had the same questions. What exactly does the Homeless Coalition do? And so I look forward to having that presentation. I think direction from the board, it sounds like we're all happy to go forward with this, but we do want some more information. And Commissioner Woodward.
I just forgot to mention we had 3 cards for non-speaking that will be entered into the record.
Okay. Oh, and I did get a text message this morning from Jeff Koons, who was, I guess, on the original, the committee that started the Homeless Coalition, said he's willing to help in any way, shape, or form. So I'm passing that on to you all. So with that, I think the board direction is continue on.
Madam Mayor, just as a point of clarification, do you want this to come back as a workshop item? Okay, thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, that was item 3C1. We're now on to item 3D1. And Bob Shore, sorry you had to sit here through all this, but it was educational, wasn't it? Vice Mayor Baxter.
After, I guess Honorable Mayor Shore.
Oh. Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff, I'm here requesting appointment to the Value Adjustment Board as a volunteer from the homesteaded community. Thank you.
And Madam, I was making the motion. Thank you for the second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? That motion carries 6-0. Thanks for being here all this time.
Well, thank you, and thank you for that Loxahatchee Groves plug on the basket.
Between Loxahatchee, I mean, there was riding lessons and all kinds of great stuff. Of course, I don't ride, so I didn't bid on it, but you know, what are you going to do? Okay, we are now on to item 3D2. This is a motion to approve Kathleen Ward.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Weiss. The second, we'll give this one to Commissioner Flores. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 6-0. You're in favor? I gave it to you. Okay. Now we are on to 3D3. These are the ILAs for municipalities, and we have 7 on here. Do we have an motion? Do we
Yes.
we don't need a staff presentation, do we?
No,
No? Okay, good.
unless Commissioner Flores would like one.
I just want to put something on the record.
Okay.
Patrick, can you give us just a brief overview of what road impact fees versus mobility fees and multimodal fees will imply, and whose responsibility is it moving forward?
To try and do this as short as possible. The statute calls for the need for this agreement if the local government and the county both have a fee. In most of these cases that we have agreements here, they have their own road impact fee, not mobility, not multimodal. The difference between impact to multimodal to mobility is how you can use the money. Impact fee is strictly for new capacity related to new construction. Multimodal and mobility, without going into the gory details, you can use them for a lot of other purposes, pedestrian, non-vehicular type uses. The agreements we have here, we have two that relate to local governments that have mobility. A third one that is mobility is Lake Park. We're kind of kicking that down the road for 6 months. We will be back to you. The agreement with Lake Park at the moment is to just keep doing what we're doing as we speak. A number of other cities, so it's Palm Springs and West Palm, are mobility fee cities that we have agreements with. We have a number of other cities that are, I call them traditional impact fees, road impact fees, where you only use the money for the new capacity. That is on the balance of the cities, and there's a handful of them. Last, if I may, there are two additional cities we're continuing to have conversations with, Boynton Beach and Palm Beach Gardens, which are mobility fee cities, which we will continue those conversations, and we hope to be back to you at some point in the near future with agreements with them related to the disbursement. I'm sorry, I hope I hit your question, but I want to make sure I touched on everything.
So when we look at the breakdown or collection and distribution by cities, on the right-hand side, you have three that are impact fees, and then you have one that is multimodal fees. How will that be collected specifically to Wellington, and how will it be distributed?
You know what, I'm going to ask Derek Moore, and can I spend a quick second? Derek Moore, Impact Fee Manager, is here. Robin Lawrence from OFMB, Ryan Mayer from County Attorney's Office. Derek, can you talk really quickly about Wellington?
On the exact breakdown, I don't recall the exact breakdown. Ryan may have that information.
But as far as with Wellington,
Mike,
what they're going to be doing is collecting on our behalf based on our calculations, based on our...
Is your mic on?
Mike, there you go.
Ryan Meyer, Assistant County Attorney. Under their ILA, they will be collecting on our behalf based on our methodology in our Article 13 impact fee article of the ULDC, and then they will be remitting to us, and they'll be taking out an administrative fee.
Okay. And we're good with that. And it's going to be a timely transfer as opposed to some other municipalities.
In the past, Wellington has always collected and remitted to us. There's about 17 municipalities that have done that. The other 19 we have collected directly. They've sent their permittees to us. Wellington is one of those that collect and remit to us. That is what has been done for as long as I can remember. And so it's just a continuance of what we've already been doing.
Excellent.
To your point on timeliness, one of the upsides in these discussions with a number of the cities has been where there's might have been some confusion along the way or some misunderstandings on the applications. It's been good to have these conversations, and you'll see on this list as well, we have re-upped and modified the interlocals, not related to the statute, but just because of the collections that Derek's office performs, and we have modified those. So our being able to touch every city along the way, not just the ones that were required to perform these interlocals by statute, has been helpful.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. And without doing the full presentation, I think it would just be helpful for anyone who's listening, because on the slide, you have all the cities are represented on the slide, and you have the breakdown, because there's some cities that we don't require an agreement. If you could just quickly, by the cities, tell us where we are, what's pending and which ones we do not need agreements with.
2 cities you see up here, Glen Ridge and Haverhill, these are where we just took advantage of this opportunity to update our ILAs on the collection piece, not related to the statute, but these are still need the board's authorization. These cities identified here, Mangonia, Palm Springs, Royal Palm, Wellington, West Palm. Again, you'll see Mangonia Park was the traditional impact fee. Palm Springs, I'm going to skip around. Palm Springs and West Palm are mobility fee cities. Wellington is a multimodal, and then Royal Palm is impact fee. We have all those. We're a little bit out of order, and I'm asking the board's indulgence on Lake Park and Riviera Beach. They will be taking up their, traditionally we bring you the agreements after a city's adopted them. In the interest of timing, Riviera Beach is taking up theirs tonight. Lake Park will be taking up theirs in a few days. We brought them before you. I again, apologize in advance, but getting them authorized by this board, it would only be signed if it matches at the city level. We have no reason to believe they won't, but they're out of sequence, but we wanted to get all these done as best we can prior to the deadline. So those cities, still talking to Boynton and Palm Beach Gardens. And then we just have the list here. Again, when we started all this back in May, we sent the same information out to all 39 municipalities, knowing that some of them, this was not required, but we wanted to make sure we talked to everybody, because we've learned a few things on the way too, where we weren't aware that some cities were charging a road impact fee and vice versa. So it's been a good exercise overall. But this touches on the ones we've talked to pretty much every one of them along the way. And then, yeah, just to point out, our Glades region cities, we do not charge impact fees out there. And I'm going to take the moment 1 second. Multimodal, it's related but unrelated. The board gave us direction to proceed with that. RFP will be out on our study of multimodal in 2026. That work, you'll see the RFP before the work will be performed, and we will be bringing it before you for your consideration in mid to late 2026.
And one of the major differences between mobility and multimodal is multimodal allows for prop share. Mobility does not allow for prop share, but both of them allows the flexibility to include those other transportation activities.
Okay. I have a motion. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know all of you know how hard the staff works, but I just wanted to commend Patrick. He has been working day in, day out, including going to many of the municipalities, us traveling to them. So he's been on top of this every step of the way and takes up a considerable amount of his time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Before we vote on the motion, we have one card.
We do have one card. Armando Fana.
Good morning, Commissioners. Armando Fana, Assistant City Administrator with the City of West Palm Beach. I just wanted to commend Administrator Abruzzo and his staff, and he just mentioned Patrick Rudder, who's been tremendous to work with. All the staff have been very collaborative working with the City of West Palm Beach. You know, the municipalities and the county always don't agree on everything, but we're here to try to be collaborative when we can, and this was an effort that goes back many, many months. A lot of people involved, and I wanted to thank your staff. Our city commission approved the resolution last night unanimously, and I just hand-delivered the package to Patrick this morning with our signature of our mayor. So thank you again for all your assistance.
Thank you. Okay, so we had a motion from Commissioner Woodward, a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 6-0. All righty, good job, thank you all. We are now on to 3D4, which means we will, I need a motion, okay?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to commence a private meeting to discuss security plans considering the recent escalation of risk to the county commissioners pursuant to section 2860113 Florida statute on September 30th, 2025 at 1 p.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Before we vote on that, I do want to add something. And I don't know whether I don't think this needs to be part of the private meeting, but I would like to see something. There's a program called Stop the Bleed. I think that, I know we're going to be talking about security for the commissioners, but I think that we should be able to help our staff, our 7,000 people strong staff, to be trained in if there's an accident, what happens? Can they help someone stop the bleeding? And I know there's programs in place that do this, and I would really like to see us be able to give this tool and tool belt to our employees. If they are in an emergency, can they help? And I know that we do some other programs, but I would like to see this one also. So that doesn't have anything to do with this, but since we're talking about security and we're talking about what might happen to folks in the future, I thought that would be a good program. Okay? Administrator Abruzzo, your light is on. Or was that leftover? Oh, see? Okay. So we had a motion from the Vice Mayor. I think we had a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor, all opposed. See, that motion carries 6-0, and we will be meeting at 1 o'clock for this closed door session. Thank you. All right, we're now on to item 3D5. We are eventually going to get to our workshop, I promise. So we're on item 3D5. We have one card. Does anyone need a presentation from staff? We'd like to thank staff for being here today and for all your support. And see, your time is up. We do have one card.
Ernie Cox.
Ernie, how you doing? I've known Ernie for I can't tell you how many years. 30?
Good to see you all today. Wave and support, and if anybody wants a tour, give me a call.
We like brief and to the point. Thank you. All righty. How about a motion?
I'll second it.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Weiss, a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, all opposed. See, that motion carries 6-0.
And just to be clear, Mayor, the motion was for 3D, 5A, B, C, and D.
Correct. Thank you. All righty. Oh my gosh, we're actually on to the workshop portion of our meeting.
Madam Mayor,
Sure.
I would like to know what the board's suggestion would be to potentially move this to after the afternoon meeting so we get somewhat of a break. I know we're going to eat lunch there, but just so because do you think we will wrap this up before then?
Well, our first one would be. Which is our first one?
Also, are we doing board appointments before or after?
Okay, we're only doing the community rating system, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have a presentation. I don't think, we have about an hour and a half, so, or an hour and 20 minutes. Let's see if we can knock it out. And if we can't, we will eat lunch at 1, and then we'll be back for the rest of this, and then to finish the regular portion of our agenda, because I think I might actually have a comment. So keep going. All right, let's go ahead and take this up.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Abruzzo. I'm Whitney Carroll. I'm the Executive Director with Planning, Zoning, and Building Department. And with me here at the table is Mary Blakeney, the Director for Emergency Management, Jacqueline Anderson, the Certified Floodplain Manager with the Building Division, Paul Linton, the Water Resources Manager, of course, Patrick Rudder, Deputy County Administrator, and with us today, Melvin Corridor, our new building official. So,
excuse me, Whitney, do we have any
of the presentation? I'm happy to share. Do you have one?
I do.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
All right,
good?
go on ahead. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So this is a workshop on the community rating system, the CRS, and we're going to give you an update on the FEMA firm mapping updates and also on the development in the X zones. I don't have the clicker. Sorry, a little disorganized here. Okay, so our overview today will be with the directives from our previous workshops, an overview of the community rating system, the FEMA firm updates on the remapping efforts or the mapping efforts, structures in the X zones, a request for direction, Board of County Commissioner direction on how to proceed on the X zones, and also on an update on the LiDAR data project. So the prior prior board directives were to come back to the board with an overview of the community rating system program and also the status of the recent update, provide a clarification on the X-zone higher regulatory standard credit that we have currently under the CRS program, and also to update on the wet floodproofing variances, and to update on the NFIP community-wide exception that we were possibly seeking, and then to provide an update on the watershed master plan. And with that, I will turn it over to Mary Blakeney to do the overview on the watershed on the CRS.
And Mary, I just want to say personally, thank you for the notes for this morning's thing on resilience. I did a great, it was fun to talk about resilience to some members of our community.
You're welcome, anytime. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Abruzzo. A little bit about the CRS, the Community Rating System. It's a voluntary federal emergency management agency, which is FEMA, program, which encourages jurisdictions to work to reduce flood threats in their communities, provide flood policy discounts for implementing initiatives, and reduce flood hazard risks. The county has been participating in the program since 1991 and has been a Class 5 since 2010. It's important to note that the class rating system goes from a Class 10, which is the lowest, to a Class 5, which is the highest or best rating. This program is a multi-agency initiative. We work with the help of several departments on the county's initiatives and documentation within the CRS Coordinator's Manual, which is a 700-page document, which I have here with us, to make sure that each item and each sub-element meet the individual requirements. This could not be done without the cooperation of those departments and their staff working on this program each and every day. The Class 5 rating represents a 25% discount on flood policies within a special flood hazard area and a 10% discount on policies outside of a special flood hazard area. So for each 500 points the county earns represents another class improvement. Again, a Class 10 is low and a Class 1 is high. Palm Beach County earned 2,967 points, maintaining the Class 5 rating at our last review. Of the over 250 jurisdictions within the state of Florida, less than 18% earn a Class 5 or better. This could not have been done without the years of support with us implementing flood mitigation measures. Under FEMA's recent methodology entitled Risk Rating 2.0, the 25% CRS discount included together with other factors to earn reductions for structures both in and outside the special flood hazard areas. With our Class 5 rating, an example is that if we did not participate in the CRS program, a policy with a base of $1,000 would actually be 25% higher or cost the resident $1,250 inside of a special flood hazard area, and would be 10% higher with the same value of an insurance policy costing $1,100 outside that area. In a time when insurance costs are going up constantly, we work on doing what the county can actually do to bring these costs down for our residents. Of the 19 total CRS activities, these 15 shown here are the ones that we participated in and having been implemented in 2024. I'm not going to read each of those, but those are the 15 of the 19 criteria we participated in. And a big thank you to the departments, divisions, and community partners that provided information and documentation for our most recent verification visit, helping us maintain that Class 5 rating. It includes information from emergency management, engineering, environmental resource management, the National Weather Service, planning, zoning, and building, public affairs, and the South Florida Water Management District. So let's talk about our reward and how we get there. FEMA institutes new class ratings throughout the year, but insurance discounts only go into effect once per year. Our final letter from FEMA was dated January 10th, 2023, and it indicated that flood policies written or renewed after April 1st, 2023 have the Class 5 discount. Since homeowners insurance does not normally cover any flooding, and rebuilding a home costs more now than ever before, it is important that we continue encouraging our residents to consider purchasing flood insurance to protect their homes and their belongings. Most people do not know, but FEMA's assistance programs will only provide an uninsured maximum value of $37,900 under Section 408 of the Stafford Act. And that's the Stafford Emergency Disaster Relief and Assistance Act. So if we have a disaster, the maximum, if you do not have insurance, would be $37,900 if damage occurred to your home. If you have a $300,000 home that is washed away completely during a flood, you are still limited to just $37,900 in individual and household assistance. This is because FEMA is not insurance, it is a stopgap. It is intended to keep you from hitting rock bottom, not to make you whole again. Only having insurance does that. With Hurricanes Ian and Nicole fresh on our minds, and the amount of flooding that took place to homes in Fort Myers and Daytona Beach, having flood insurance is an option that may help our residents. So we will continue to work towards our goal in 2026 of a Class 4 modification. Should the watershed master plan be approved by FEMA during this time, it will provide more than enough points currently to surpass the 300-point threshold. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Whitney to discuss that.
Thank you, Mary. As you might recall, we were here in July, and the board adopted the watershed master plan. We are now working with FAU to finalize some of those deficiencies that were identified during the FEMA or ISO, which is the Insurance Services Organization, their initial review. We're working with them to resolve those and then to hopefully file a final document with ISO next year to try to gain those credits that we need to get to that Class 4 rating, which is the prerequisite to get to a Class 4. And we appreciate the Board of County Commissioners' continued support as we work through that process, and we hope to have that resolved by next year. And I'll turn it over to Paul Linton, who will give you an update on the FEMA mapping efforts.
Okay. So we had multiple FEMA mapping efforts. We had the initial one about the storm surge maps, and we had questions upon the validity of those high values. We are having modeling looking at that. Currently, the modeling is showing that the discrepancies aren't as large as we thought. They are still looking at the details of that, but we will be providing a full presentation on those results. That should be done by the end of the year. And then we also talked to you about us taking the lead on redoing the maps for the communities around Lake Okeechobee, because those levels are way high because they assume a breach of Lake Okeechobee. We contacted the FEMA, and they came back, so they were actually planning to do that work. We made them aware that we had the LiDAR upgrade coming, and they have adjusted their schedule to use the new LiDAR. That leads to the LiDAR update on that is we have flown all it, they have processed it, and they will be providing the first delivery, which is for the areas around Lake Okeechobee, so FEMA can start that work as soon as possible. That will be done next month. The remaining part of the entire county will be done by January. With your guys, all your support, we increased the vertical resolution from plus or minus 4 inches down to plus or minus 2 inches, and that'll be a product that hopefully will stand the test of time for a longer period. And then once we get through that and we have the LiDAR, we'll start procuring the more extensive basins that are eastern. Those are the C15, C16, C18, C51 basins. We plan to start that with the new LiDAR and to start with one basin and work through the process so that we can get efficiently and then move on to the remaining basins. That would be starting go out for procurement either late this year or probably early next year. Any questions?
Can you just, CTP, can you delve a little bit more into that?
Sure. Speak to what? I'm sorry.
CTP, the community, the cooperating technical partner.
Yeah,
What is
so
the benefit to us?
the benefits would be that you're participating more directly with them, and you are providing the initial maps, and you have more control over those maps. But with that comes that you're having to kind of ramp up on their whole technical process of how they do their approval process, which has many, many gates to it and many, many reviews. And your consultant has to work through all those in terms of the probability of the risk. That has been very successful for Dade County, who got approved a long time ago. We have not heard of anybody who's gotten it more recently. We can still have that conversation, but given that the areas around Lake Okeechobee were already funded, we didn't want to walk away from them doing the work for us.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores?
I think Patrick knows where I'm going here. I just want to be kept in the loop regarding the basin maps, because I think that's something that in my district we're looking at expanding. So you said when do you think you'll be getting to looking at those maps?
For which area? For Eastern Palm Beach County?
District 3, yeah, Eastern Palm Beach County.
We'll start that work next year, but we have many basins. We have not selected the basin to start on yet.
Okay.
The only basin that we can't start on is the C18 basin, because the district hasn't quite finished that work yet. But the remaining basins, the South Florida District has set up a very high-tech model for all those other remaining bases, and we'll use that rather than reinventing the wheel.
Okay, so you're saying early next year, mid next year?
Start, and it's a 2-year process.
Right.
By the time you get to the final maps. Now, we're not looking to change that process is not looking to change the FEMA surge maps, which affect a lot of the eastern municipalities.
Okay. Can you keep me in the loop on that, please?
Yeah, we can sit down and talk with details.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think I went through a bunch of these already. Yeah, I'll try to probably use the slides more.
That's all right.
Okay. Jackie.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Abruzzo. The first thing that we want to remember is that X zones are a low-risk area. They're not no risk. X zones are susceptible to flooding. And unfortunately, many property owners think that because they're in an X zone, they will never flood because they haven't experienced it in their lifetime. Statistically, a very high percentage of flooding occurs in FEMA-designated X zones, and 1 in 4 NFIP claims are for structures that are located in Zone X. Commiserate with these NFIP claims is the fact that 20% of the repetitive loss properties in X zone in Palm Beach County and collectively with the municipalities.
Before you move on, Vice Mayor Baxter has her light on.
Yes, on this particular side, so thank you, Madam Mayor. Please explain to me why we are including nationally.
Because the statistics come to us based on national
What
X
about in
zones.
Florida?
In Florida, I mean, we can find the statistics for Florida.
And the reason I ask that is because Florida has a very different geographical topography than anywhere else. And so when we're comparing apples to apples, you have to imagine we don't have mountains and we don't have valleys and different areas that would be flooding. So we're going to take 40% of a national average in the X zone and try to make that work in Florida. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So I would really appreciate if we could get some Florida statistics on X zones that have very similar topography.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, long before the existence of the NFIP and FEMA, Palm Beach County has been a forerunner in flood damage prevention, proactively mitigating against flood loss since 1957. All permitted residential structures were being elevated to a minimum of 18 inches above the road crown. Historical land development regulations also required non-residential structures to be elevated above the center line grade of the street or the highest known floodwater level at the building site. Special flood hazard areas were identified by the federal government more than 20 years after Palm Beach County implemented flood loss mitigation regulations. The first official flood hazard boundary maps and the first flood insurance rate maps were introduced in 1979. In 2004, the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners recognized the importance of flood loss mitigation and declared that non-special flood hazard areas, or X zones, in areas without a master stormwater management system are county flood hazard areas. In 2011, the Florida State Legislature implemented the requirement for local, state, and federal floodplain management regulations for non-residential farm buildings, which are exempt from the Florida Building Code. Requiring structures to be elevated is not just about insurance discounts or the CRS program. The insurance discounts are an incentive, but the ultimate premise behind this incentive is resiliency. The local drainage protection activity under CRS is activity 432I. The purpose of this credit is to ensure that every new or substantially improved building outside of a special flood hazard area is elevated to avoid future damage by flood. This credit is an all or nothing credit. There is no partial credit given for certain buildings that are exempted. Exempting an agricultural structure could effectively eliminate the CRS credit altogether for all buildings, including residential buildings. Lives and investments are protected against flood damage with proper mitigation. When a flood event occurs, businesses that have been properly elevated or flood-proof can reopen more quickly and return to normal business operation. This includes agricultural production. Agricultural structures that are exclusively used for production, harvesting, storage, raising, or drying of agricultural commodities and livestock are insurable under the NFIP, as well as some private insurance. CRS discounts apply to all new and renewed NFIP policies inside and outside of special flood hazard areas, and some private insurance companies will also honor a CRS discount. In the Code of Federal Regulations, 44 CFR 60.3A3, it requires that NFIP communities take steps to ensure that building sites are reasonably safe from flooding. The BCC has previously recognized that X zones are flood prone, and historical flood events in Palm Beach County in X zones demonstrate that X zones are susceptible to flooding. Structures in those areas can be damaged by flood if not properly protected, and we have listed some of those flooding events on the PowerPoint. In 2017, Hurricane Irma flooded Palm Beach County's agricultural community, damaging sugarcane and vegetable crops less than a month prior to FEMA redesignating those X zones to special flood hazard areas. More than 30 inches of rain fell on the agricultural communities spanning over a span of several weeks. And Hurricane Irma exacerbated that problem. In those areas were designated at X zone at the time and subsequently redesignated, which I just stated. And those agricultural buildings that were elevated were protected from that flood damage.
Hold on one second. Commissioner Baxter, Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you. Were there any buildings damaged during that?
I just stated those buildings were elevated and they were protected from flood damage.
Were there any that we were unaware of that were unelevated or not elevated?
We're not aware because unless they come in and apply for a non-residential farm building application to repair the damage, because if they come in and we're aware of it, then we could give you that statistic. But if they don't come in and we're not, then we're not aware.
Thank you.
Historically, the county has administratively allowed wet flood proofing of non-residential farm buildings with the lowest floor below the design flood elevation without a variance. In county designated flood hazard areas, the design elevation for enclosed structures is 18 inches above the lowest adjacent road crown. In February 2020, FEMA Policy 104-00803 was issued to provide clarification of design and construction requirements for agricultural structures that are enclosed or partially enclosed. FEMA defines enclosed structures as those structures with at least 2 outside rigid walls and a secured roof. Under the provisions of 44 CFR 60.3, agricultural structures are to be elevated or dry flood proofed. Certain agricultural structures that are considered development which need a flood development review but do not require variance include unwalled structures and unroofed structures. The typical open-sided pole barn is not affected by the policy. Aquaculture tanks are not affected by the policy. However, those structures must be reviewed to confirm location, anchoring, and flood-resistant materials. To maintain compliance with NFIP requirements, the BCC adopted updates to Article 18 to reflect the new required variance process in December 2024. Wet floodproofing variances must be issued by the local flood damage prevention board. Since X zones are located outside of engineered developments are considered or designated as county flood hazard in ordinance areas by ordinance, enclosed or partially enclosed non-residential farm buildings and such zones now require a variance to wet floodproof. This chart represents the number of new permits for all buildings issued in X zones versus the non-residential farm buildings that have been applied for in X zones that are walled and roofed that may be subject to wet floodproofing variance requirement. Less than 1% of new buildings in X zone are non-residential farm buildings that are walled and roofed. These buildings would be subject to the new variance requirement. To date, only one variance has been applied for and granted for flood openings. All other buildings that have been applied for were either elevated, dry flood proofed, or they provided a local drainage study. So what could happen from a CRS perspective if non-residential farm buildings are excluded from X zone requirements? We would lose that CRS credit, and that credit is 66 points currently that we receive. To become a Class 4, the county must demonstrate that it has programs that minimize flood losses and minimize increases in future flooding, protecting natural floodplain functions, and protecting people from the dangers of flooding. Senate Bill 180 that was effective in June of this year prohibits Florida communities from adopting or enforcing the substantial cumulative improvement. I'm just kind of throwing that in there because this would be an automatic loss for us as a community of another 17.4 points. So with the potential of removing the credit that we get for X zones, that would be 66 points, plus the 17.5 points that we get for cumulative cost. We're only 33 points away from a Class 4. We may be able to get the 90 points for the watershed management plan, but as we lose points, that pushes away from our goal of becoming a Class 4. Rather than excluding agricultural structures from mitigation efforts, we can work to revise the regulations to achieve the same mitigation and resiliency goals and maintain our current LEP credit. We have discussed potentially modifying X zone regulation requirements for agricultural structures to use adjacent grade elevations rather than road crown elevations, and still maintain local drainage protection. Subject to the approval of FEMA and FDEM, we are exploring adding a mechanism to Article 18 that may grant administrative variances. Another option would be to improve drainage infrastructure so that fewer communities will be designated as flood hazard areas. County staff does desire to work with the agricultural community because we are dedicated to helping protect the lives and property of all residents, businesses, and farmers.
And with that, we'd like to seek your direction. Just so I want to put some pieces together. One of the things that we wanted to give you some updates on the remapping efforts because as the remapping efforts are underway, it's a potential that some of those X zones that are now X zones could be remapped into special flood hazard areas. So just looking at today's information, We did go back to the Ag Enhancement Council. We've been working with them, trying to get their input. There are, I think, are letters that were sent to you all on their behalf. So that is why we were specifically looking at agricultural structures and exempting those. We, as you've heard, that's either an all or nothing approach. Either we exempt everything from, we exempt the X zone from our flood hazard area, it's our higher standard, or not. We either do all of it or we do none of it. So what we've suggested is that, and our recommendation is to not remove the X zone from our higher standard, but allow us to work on some flexibility standards that would make it a little bit less burdensome for the agricultural community to get their structures either elevated or if they want to wet flood-proof them. So that is our recommendation. So we're seeking your guidance on whether to remove the X zone from our higher standard or not.
I guess I'm standing in for the mayor currently. So I have a few questions. If we did remove the 66 points, does that change us out of the class 5?
We actually have our CRS Max consultant here, and he can speak directly to the numbers. There's, multiple calculations that need to be done, probably not on its face, but that is also the risk of losing those other cumulative points. We might be losing points for other reasons. So it has to kind of be looked at overall, and also the resiliency piece of it, whether we want to move forward with removing the X zone.
And just to clarify, we are talking about the X flood zone and only agricultural structures.
No. X zone is across
unincorporated,
and I'm sorry, let me clarify. If we remove X zone from the flood hazard area, which right now under Article 18,
that hasn't been the discussion, though. The discussion has been not requiring agricultural structures to that same standard because it's non-habitable, no one's living in there, and
I'll jump in. So the X zone credit that we get is for all buildings. It doesn't, it's not broken out, right. It's not broken out by the type of building. Every building has to be elevated under that credit. So if you exempt the agricultural structures, we will lose the entire credit.
Of the 66 points.
Correct.
Right.
And how many points are per class? Or
actually
500.
500.
500 points per class.
And you said we're about 30 points away from, or 38 points away from a class 4. How do we get to class 4 without trying to give more strict regulations, and doesn't that conflict with 180?
We can't require any more strict, burdensome regulations unless they're mandated by federal law. That would preempt state law, of course. But
we're not proposing anything more strict. What's currently in Article 18 applies to all structures within all flood zones in the county, pretty much.
And you believe that you could come back to us with some options of some more flexible regulations of a compromise to this?
Yeah, rather than having them have that big survey of their whole lot, just having them take a point at the finished floor and the adjacent grade, which is what we're really trying to serve is there enough freeboard between you and the ground to take the big rainfall and not inundate the pad? So that would be $500 versus, because it's a trip out there for them to do it, versus those much larger values when you're talking about $3,000 or $4,000 for a survey of the whole area.
Before we take I would like to see what those options are.
Okay.
Before we go one way or the other with this, because I think that would probably make most of us solve a lot of problems.
I'd also like to make some calls to the surveyors and get actual costs so that you have an up-to-date cost.
And what that would cost them to do that one versus the other. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you're welcome. Commissioner Wise. Did you have anything to add? Your light is still on. Oh, sorry. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So do we have any actual data on how much people are paying for flood insurance? How much, and then how much they're paying, what the loss of a discount would be, so we understand what the impact to everybody would be if, of any changes. I think that's important. And then you also said we get a 25% discount in the special flood hazard area as a class 5. What do we get as a class 4 that you say we're only a few points away from?
30%.
So it would go another 5%. So it would be important to know the dollar value of how that impacts everybody in the county. Either not, and depending on, and I think that this idea of coming up with this flexible program or rules is a great idea if that's practical. But I also think it's really important for us to understand the dollar value.
I know we recently.
I can speak to my
looks like
personal
Mary-
one,
okay.
because we just paid it. It was like $1,100 for the flood insurance.
No, I want it in totality.
You want everybody?
Everybody in the county, all 42,000 in policies.
Speak to that because we were trying to get that dollar amount for you, but we've seen a change recently when they approached with risk rating 2.0. Historically, before it went to that route, we would get that figure on an annual basis with the number of NFIP policies. And I can tell you in the last amount that we received, it was almost a $4 million savings to our residents. But I'm just throwing that out there as an old historical value, because right now, there's a couple ways that people can get this flood insurance currently, and a lot of our residents are going to the private market versus going through the NFIP because they're experiencing that their rates are much lower than going through the NFIP. So trying to get a good gauge on that. We'll continue to pursue that through our federal partners to see if we can get that collective, but it's really hard to get those figures out of that private industry to know the exact dollar amount that we're saving. But we will continue to pursue that amount. And I don't know if we want to have, if Earl wants to speak to that. I know he's here in the audience, but we've been having a hard time getting a really good number on what that exact dollar amount would be.
On those private policies, so do they use the same discount structure?
I believe so.
Some will provide it and some will not because it's the private market. They don't necessarily have to give that discount. And Earl, why
don't you come on up to the mic? Identify yourself, please.
Earl King with CRS Max Consultants.
Can you pull the mic, stand closer or pull? Yeah, there you go.
Earl King with CRS Max Consultants. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator. What Mary said was exactly right. It used to be that we'd get what's called a what if. And every year you'd see, there are this many policies, it's costing you this much, and you're saving this much because you're on CRS. And it was very nice. We enjoyed that. But with risk rating 2.0, the whole way of calculating what insurance cost was changed. And CRS became one of the factors among many other factors. And there's no way that they have been able to figure out how to know exactly how much you're saving. So what Mary said was what we got historically. So we can presume that that's happening now or something similar to that, but we don't know. And unfortunately, the CRS program has not been able to calculate that.
That's sort of frightening. I mean, we could be doing all this work and they're not getting a discount?
They will be getting a discount. The way it has been stated is there's this 25% discount that you get through CRS, but there are also other possible discounts. If a policy can get lower by using the other possible discounts, then they'll give you that.
And who runs this?
This is under FEMA. The CRS program is under the NFIP and the National Flood Insurance Program.
Who does it? I mean, who came up with this crazy way to do this, that you can't tell somebody how much their discount is.
We were not, some of us were not very pleased when they went from the old way of doing things to the risk rating 2.0 way. The reason they did it is they said we have to look at it from a different perspective.
But they still should be able, I mean, they should have a base figure, and then they're working off of that. It's bizarre. It doesn't make any sense.
I can tell you, commissioners, in some of the conversations we've been having on the emergency management side of the house, the FEMA Review Council is discussing all of these things currently, and this has been an issue that has been raised as part of what proposed FEMA review may look like, and some of the questions that are out there. So I just want you to be aware, and some of the feedback that we have received on the emergency management front is they're trying to get our residents away from relying on going to NFIP policies and going more to the private market. That is one of the proposals that's out there. So I just wanted to add that into this.
The issue that is being raised here is one that all of CRS and FEMA are looking at and saying, hey, we need to try to find an answer to this. It's an uncomfortable kind of situation that they find themselves in. I was at several conferences and went to one particular workshop that looked at exactly how much are you saving? And so they went into a lot of details, and it was very complex and very difficult. And they said, sorry, there's no easy answer here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to continue on this particular topic, do we have any idea how many policies are NFIP versus private in the county?
No, we do not have that kind of information.
Okay. And this CRS system only applies to NFIP policies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to go back on just the watershed approval that we have out there, is that something that would potentially get us to a level 4?
Yes, it would.
And that approval happens next year, we're expecting, or?
Yes.
Okay. And then the LiDAR cost savings, can you tell us more about what that would entail as far as how that would help?
That's a recommendation that we're making to maybe help the agricultural community not have to do a full survey. So LiDAR data is the topographical data that we could be using to establish the base floor elevation. So as that improves and as we have that data online, then that could be something that they could refer to establish that.
Okay. Is that something we can do either way, however this plays out, the LiDAR is something that we can offer?
Yes.
Okay. I'd be in favor of that. Are we just doing board direction at this, or?
I think we're still asking questions, and this is this is informational today. We're not voting on anything. So board direction.
I thought they
would
were
be-
looking for board, okay.
Unless you wanted to ask us to pursue removing the X zone from the elevated standard. That was the question.
I actually have two questions, and I apologize. I had to excuse myself for a moment. As I'm looking at your report, the second page, the bottom of the second page, the county has already achieved all except one Class 4 prerequisite, which is the watershed master plan. But the following page, which would get us, move us up, because we only need 33 points, is the floodplain management plan. What's the difference, and what are we doing about it? And I apologize, I left, so I'm not sure if you covered that when I was out of the room.
That's a good question. In fact, this is an error.
It's an error?
It's an error. It was supposed to be watershed master plan. And
On both pages?
No, on both pages, yes. And so I was shown that by one of my staff members after I'd already sent this out. So I'm sorry, and you're very, very good to be able to catch it.
Okay, so on the third page, under number 1, it should say the county's watershed master plan could earn 120 points.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we the CRS Max Consultants, our firm, also did the floodplain management plan. And so that must have been what I was confusing. And we were able to get more than 300 points, one of the highest scoring plans in the nation. But that's a floodplain management plan. It's different.
Thank you.
Certainly.
I would hate for us to make a decision that, for a very small group of people, that would affect a very large group of people. So I don't see making any changes in that manner. And I don't see any more lights on. Vice Mayor Baxter, would you like to make some comments? Because I know this is important to you. And we also, traditionally, we don't take cards on this part of our agenda when we're doing workshops, but we do have 2 cards, Rick Roth and Jim Alderman. So Earl, you want to have a seat for a second? Sure. And why don't you 2 gentlemen come up and take your 3 minutes?
Is it okay if I go first, Jim? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rick Roth. I'm here today representing Western Palm Beach County Farm Bureau. We submitted 3 letters. Couple of thoughts real quick. Rather than take an all or nothing approach, I would recommend that we obviously consider and finally make a decision are 2 different things. Well, let's consider the impact to not Western Palm Beach County, not the Everglades agricultural area. We feel pretty comfortable. We don't insure a lot of our agricultural buildings. We provide flood protection personally by having our own pumps. But I'm here today concerned about Eastern Palm Beach County. It's these small farmers on 5 or 10 or 20 or 50 acres that are running into these floodplain elevation requirements. You got to lift your building, you got to do this, you got to do that. So listening to this workshop has been very helpful, by the way. So one thought is, why can't we consider exempting agricultural, non-residential agricultural buildings that are not insured for flood protection? Because that's my question. My question is how many, what do you call them, shipping containers? How many shipping containers in Loxahatchee or I'm looking at the mayor in Jupiter Farms are actually insured? So if they're not insured, then why is this an issue? So to me, I think we need to understand one simple concept. Agriculture in Eastern Palm Beach County is disappearing. We know that. It's the Mexican Free Trade Agreement, selling tomatoes, it's development pressure, being able to sell your farm for $500,000 an acre, which happened, or maybe $400,000 with Whitworth, I don't know what the number is, but there's a lot of pressure for agriculture to be gone. I'm here today because I don't want Palm Beach County to be Broward County. That's where we're going, and we need help. And our help in our minds is we need to be exempt from these requirements for non-residential agricultural buildings. Can we find a way for the agricultural community to not insure their buildings, and therefore they're exempt from these ex-flood zones? I apologize for not having the language exactly like it needs to be, but I am serious. I'm going to make a bad joke. We as conservatives are part of the problem. We are now exporting and detaining agricultural workers all over this country, including Palm Beach County. It's called ICE. So when you add all these issues together, agriculture is disappearing. So we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Jimmy Alderman with Alderman Farms. We're based here in Palm Beach County. We grow about 1,200 acres of vegetables, half an organic, half conventional. We deal with many big retailers around the state and around the nation. I'm sure you guys have read the letters that were written. I'm also a board member of Palm Beach County Farm Bureau, and we've each sent, I know Western sent, FNGLA sent a letter, and the Eastern Farm Bureau sent a letter dealing with this subject. Mr. Roth is correct. We are very hurting on as far as the success that we've had. The last 20 years, it's been very difficult for farming operations around the county to stay here, to stay in business. It feels like it's not really fair to farming operations to have to spend all this extra money to be able to raise their packing houses, raise their sheds, raise their shops and their workplaces at the expense of the CRS point system so we can gain $5 off somebody's insurance. Anyway, I just would hope that you would really consider, because there is several farming operations, not just farms, but the nursery operations, equestrian operations that will be in effect with these new floodplain laws, and I hope you take that in consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have one more card. Colin Friedrich.
I think he left. I don't see him.
Colin had to go back to his business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify that the elevation requirements for X zones is not a new requirement. That's been a requirement since 1957, and the agricultural part of it has been since 2011. The only thing that changed was the requirement for a variance to wet flood proof. And that is what we're looking to see if we can come up with a different manner of that wet flood proofing. It's also not about insurance. We're talking a lot about insurance because we combined it with CRS, but it is about the resilience of the buildings and about making sure what the county commission has designated as flood hazard areas, those X zones outside of engineered subdivisions, making sure that those structures, regardless if they're insurable or not, meet the floodplain requirements, because it's about tying them down, making sure that they are elevated properly, making sure that, you know, a shed is not going to, I mean, we haven't seen that, but if there were a major flooding event where sheds could potentially break away and not slam into somebody else's building, that's all it's about. It's about resilience. Yes, insurance is an incentive, but it's all about the resilience of these buildings and the resilience of these structures. If we exempt the agricultural structures from the X zone requirements, that doesn't mean that we could not have a flood. And I know we're not looking at what ifs, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't have a flood that would potentially cause any of those buildings to either come down because they weren't properly protected from the hydrostatic pressure that could come from the water pressing up against the walls of that structure. Shipping containers, yes, I agree, they are flood resistant, but they are not flood proof. And there are, you know, I hope that we never see something like this in our lifetime, but there are plenty of pictures of areas that have flooded with shipping containers that are floating in the floodwaters. So, I mean, we're not trying to make anything more difficult for the agricultural community. We love the agricultural community, but we are looking at what is required under the federal law for special flood hazard areas in a county law based on the actions of this body designating those X zones outside of engineered subdivisions as county flood hazard areas.
And if I may speak to just kind of the simple point that the Vice Mayor brought up, we're different in Florida. We're flat, so, you know, so we have that advantage that we're not have those high and low spots like you live in the lowland and all the water runs onto you. But the disadvantage of that is the water doesn't go away. So when you get the 25-year storm, about 12 inches of rain, it's on your property, and you need your pads need to be above that. That's why we came up with the 18-inch rule.
It puts you a little freeboard above that and makes you an island above the water level. But we often get the 12 inches of rain in different localized area in the county every couple of years. 25 years, it happens pretty quickly with the rain. And it's, it's just a common sense thing. You need to be above the water level.
I don't think we got to the LiDAR discussion yet. Did
Well,
you
I think
want
we can
to-
just basically say that I touched the LiDAR points in the schedule with the previous slides.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, and then Vice Mayor Baxter.
So two things, to follow up on Mr. Ross' comment about if they were to non-insure them to be exempt. And I know you just said that there's no differentiation in the way the regulations work, but it seems to me, I mean, if somebody wants to take responsibility or, to not insure something and be responsible, I think try and figure out how to accommodate that, I think. And I think that was Vice Mayor's point, too. The other thing is and then to go along with it, though, there's a responsibility that goes along with it because, as you mentioned, things floating away, leaving there, not if they don't comply and they do break away, then it's on that property owner, goodness forbid, that it leaves their property and damages somebody else's property, that they would be fully and knowingly responsible for that, knowing that they didn't meet those standards. So I don't know how we can do that, but I think if they're willing to take on that responsibility and have that ability to cover somebody else's loss for what they're doing, to the extent we can figure out a way to accommodate it, I think that's something that can be considered. The other thing you talk about is a variance. Shouldn't it be a waiver? Because we just had this conversation, and this is self-inflicted. So it shouldn't be a variance. It should be a waiver as opposed to a variance.
And it's a different variance process than the ULDC prescribes for land development variances. This is a variance that's basically dictated by FEMA, right? And this is the wet flood proofing variance. Go ahead.
Right. So the FEMA policy is that non-residential agricultural structures can only be wet flood proofed, meaning having flood vents installed by a variance from our flood damage prevention board. Otherwise, they have to be elevated or dry flood proof. The majority of the farmers are already elevating. I think that they recognize that they want to keep their hay or whatever it is. They want the contents. They want to keep that, them dry. Should there be something that happens. So the variance process, it is prescribed.
So it's not our
through-
variance.
right,
It's not
it's-
our variance. So,
right, it's
okay,
not
well,
our
then take that
variance.
off the table. But because we should have maybe started out there that it's not our variance.
It's a different, sorry.
Yep. And I think you make a good point, though. People are going to take the steps. If they've got valuable property inside of these structures, reasonable people are going to take precautions and to make sure that they don't lose the value of that. So again, I think if there's a way to find that flexibility, I think that's what we should try and pursue.
Okay. We will definitely do that. We've got some ideas that we're discussing, and we're asking for guidance from FEMA on a couple of those. So we'll come back to those. If we need to include those in our Article 18 updates, we will bring those back to you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will just close out by saying that we almost always on this board, I think we try to help the largest amount of people when we can with our policies. But we can't forget the importance of a group of people, and agriculture specifically, who's responsible for food, I would say is at the top of that list. So whether it's 1%, 2%, or 3%, when you add the value of them, and you add them how important they are to everything in this county, from economic impact to feeding everyone, We know the numbers. We've heard it time and time again. They're the #1 producers of winter vegetables east of the Mississippi. How many times have we heard this? Over and over and over again. That can't be forgotten just because of numbers. We need food to survive. Food security is national security, and we have to make it, I would love to see us make it a point, not one more farmer lost, not one. So we need to find ways to help them, and this was one small way of trying to help them. So I am very excited to see what you can bring back to us with some flexible policies that help ease the burden off of our agricultural industry. Thank you.
I think the Vice Mayor summed it up quite well. My one thought is, if we exempt, as Mr. Roth said, if we exempt someone in their building process, but then say they choose to sell in the future, and that building was exempt because they did not choose to have insurance, what does that have? How does that affect the next person? So that is just a thought as you're going through this. Okay. All right. So that brings us to the end of our workshop. We have a couple of board directions, and I have an appointment. So board directions. We have Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I had to step away from last week's meeting. These were board directions from last week. Then everyone still has copies. I am requesting a commemorative plaque at the South County Civic Center in honor of Robert Bob Schulbaum, who was founder and past president of the Alliance of Del Rey. He passed away on September 11th of this year at the age of 98. Was a Korean War veteran, and went on to serve as president of the Alliance for more than 20 years. So if I can make is that a motion for a plaque, or?
I would think that would be a motion for a plaque.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 6-0. Did you get the motion and the second? Okay, thank you.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I got a question.
Oh, turn your line on. Okay. What can we do for you?
I just want to know, I just want to be clear on the process of requesting a plaque at the convention. Is that the South County Convention Center?
South County Civic Center?
South County Civic Center. Because I had got some questions. I wasn't in town last week, but questions on the process and exactly how that works with
I would
regards
actually
to-
like to have Administrator Abruzzo come back with what the PPM is on naming buildings and plaques and whatnot, because I know there are a lot of people in our community that might deserve some sort of recognition. I know we did it for Mayor Pinto. We did a building for Mayor Pinto. We did a room up in North County for Edna Runner. So there is a PPM in place, and I hope you bring that to us.
And my question, further, is that Commissioner Sachs' district too?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to abstain from voting on that until Commissioner Sachs is here.
I'll do the same.
I'll do the third.
Okay, it looks like we don't have a vote on that today.
Okay. My next request was received from communities that are being built in this area, asking for us to issue a letter to FDOT regarding the Atlantic Avenue improvements. And I've attached a copy of the letter. The request is for it to come from the mayor's office.
I'm
or
happy to do
on
that.
behalf of the commission.
I think it's a great idea.
And that covers 2 districts, 5 and 4. So if you would like to wait until she's back to discuss that, we can wait till she's back again.
Okay.
She did request that we hold anything. I mean, I don't have a problem with drafting the letter, but that was her request.
All right, why don't we go ahead and draft the letter, and then it'll be signed once we've had discussion about it.
Okay, and I am requesting from the board for us to be able to have a workshop discussion in our October workshop on creating a homebuyer match program using in lieu funds. I've had some discussions with industry, with staff. One request was wanting to know if we could use any of the bond money because this is about getting homeownership, and that has been, no, we can't use any of that. But we do have in lieu fees, and there's actually a few other funding options that we have. And what I would like to present to the board, I'm having discussions, but it to be something that would be like double your down payment. Looking at a dollar amount up to $50,000. I mean, all of this needs to be worked on in a workshop, but having it for our residents and having it so that we can get our residents the ability to purchase homes anywhere in the county. Like, you need to work with your real estate agent and find where you want to live, but have us put together a program. And there's a number of things for us to discuss, but I'm requesting it for us to plan for, or not agenda, but to put it on the workshop in October. Was there any questions on this?
I think it's a great plan.
Okay, and lastly, this wasn't in my last week letter, but I think we all got the email from Steve Abrams about the Tough Leaf company that we use for OEBO. We have a contract with them, but apparently we are not using it to its full capacity. And because of the discussion we had with the Speedy Rooter Plumbing and how we don't have enough companies doing business with us, apparently they have the ability to help us reach more potential vendors. So I would like to request that the administrator have staff of the OEBO meet with them and make sure that we're using this to its full capacity and how maybe we can get some more vendors to do business with us. So that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, anyone have any other board direction? Anybody have any board comments? I do, actually. I would like to, Commissioner Weiss, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, first off, I want to thank the folks out at Animal Care and Control. Last night, we were the recipients of 4 one-week-old kittens that are now being taken care of at our house, and so we look forward to that. But they were in jeopardy of not existing anymore, so we got them, and they're going to continue and make great pets. And then, but really more importantly, last week I was able to attend the National Day of Remembrance for Murder Victims, and this was put on by the Victims Advocacy, and it was heartbreaking, but it was also how these families and friends were able to get through a very, very difficult situation with the help of the advocates that are there for them. But the violence, the intentional loss of life that somebody can put on other people, the impacts are huge, and that's what I just wanted to bring back. Is it's beyond just the victims and their families. It impacts neighborhoods. It impacts law enforcement, our first responders, our medical personnel, all those folks that are exposed, and to the extent that we can prevent these from occurring. I can't say enough, and I just also the district attorney's office. Everybody was just so supportive of these families, and it was just heartbreaking to see this in our community.
Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I have a district appointment. I'm appointing Isidro Raul Mejia to the Water Utilities Advisory Board. And then Commissioner Sachs has requested that we appoint Michael Wood to the Aviation and Airports Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to take a moment to recognize the Parks and Recreation Department. The Parks and Recreation Department successfully passed the accreditation hearing to become a newly commissioned accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agency. Yep. And Palm Beach County Parks and Recreation is now among the less than 3% of agencies across the county who met these very high standards in parks and recreation management. They have now adopted CAPRA culture of continuous improvement. So congratulations to our Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you for the work that we do. Did y'all do that last week?
No, I did that last week.
You did? Yeah. See, that's what happens when you're
It was a great ceremony.
Congratulations. When you're tardy or you're absent.
Yeah, you know what? Another shout out to Parks and Rec for their accreditation. It doesn't fall on deaf ears. Thank you for doing that. Can't say it enough. Anybody else want to talk about CAPRA? There were a lot of people in the room, and I mean, it's a nationwide thing, and just the fact that we got certified, and as Bobby said, as Commissioner Powell said, it's less than 3% of all parks and recs around the country get this accreditation. It's a testament to our 110 parks and our Parks and Rec department. For myself, I would like to appoint Mr. Jay Nisberg to the Personnel Appeals Board. And with that, we have a break, and at 1 o'clock, we will all reconvene McKeedy. Thank you. And apparently Commissioner Sachs is touring.
Welcome to Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Stay tuned to find important information on county services including Palm Tran routes, road construction and closures, bids for county services, government employment, Crime Stoppers, PBC TV 20 programming, meet your commissioners, events and announcements, and much more. Thank you for watching Palm Beach County's Community Bulletin Board. Please check the PBC TV20 online program guide for future airtimes at pbcgov.com.
Hello, everyone. I'm James Green, Director of the Palm Beach County Community Services Department, and I have the privilege of working alongside system partners to help oversee the county's Health and Human Services safety net. At Community Services, we invest strategically with our community partners across multiple systems, including the behavioral health system of care. We're committed to ensuring quality treatment and building supports that strengthen recovery and ensure that people have the resources they need to be successful. Today, we're going to hear an inspiring story and have a conversation about the progress our county has made, the challenges we still face, and the solutions that are shaping our future. And we're doing that with two incredible leaders who are at the heart of this work. Joining me today is State Senator Darryl Rousson, one of the leading advocates in the mental health and substance use disorder space, and Ms. Ann Berner, President and CEO of Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network, which is Palm Beach County's largest funder in the behavioral health space. Senator Rousson, Ms. Berner, thank you for being here today and joining us for the show. So this is really an exciting time for me because I have such tremendous respect for the both of you here today. And one of the things that I've learned in this work is that the people who are involved in this space, that they're really passionate about it, right? There's something like beneath the surface that's driving them. And so I'm really curious to know from you, like what is your why? Talk about your reason for doing the work that you do in the behavioral health and the substance use disorder space. Take us along your journey. Let's start with you, Senator Rousson.
Well, thank you for starting with me. And would outshine me if you had started with her. It's about passion. It's about lived experience. It's about giving hope, demonstrating strength and courage to others so that they can come through and enjoy the beauty of recovery after the darkness of addiction. Well, I celebrated 27 years, 5 months of clean time, and that was after going through drug treatment many times. I have experienced the beauty of recovery, reemployment, reunification with family, a journey that has taken me to the Florida Senate from the crack house. And I want to give that same type of feeling of enjoyment to others at a time when many of them feel lost in terms of trying to find their way to recovery.
But let's turn to you, Ms. Berner. What is your why?
You know, it's such a good time to be in behavioral health with the science and the evolution, the ability to treat addiction head-on, the recognition of the co-occurring and underlying mental illnesses. It's very inspiring, and I think it's a good time to make sure that we reach out to as many individuals who are struggling and let them know that there is advancement, there is science that backs this up, that it's not their fault. And that there's opportunities for them to lead a productive, healthy life. And so my passion is really making sure we reach everyone who's in the deepest despair, families that may have given up on loved ones, that it's time to reach out again and give us another opportunity to help find a way forward and help pave that path to a productive life. And listening to Senator Roussan's story, and I've listened to it a number of times, and every single time I am so inspired, and it makes me feel like I'm in the right place at the right time because I want to carry his message forward, and I want to be able to bring that kind of passion to our services and help lead the way with lived experience and with a whole new philosophy of empowering the individual to help define their own recovery.
Yeah.
So it is just a good time to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I am not alone in my journey. There were family members and others who helped me along the way. And there are many of us who are in recovery. Some talk about it openly, others keep it within themselves. But I talk about it openly because I want to give hope to other people.
Senator Roussan, you talked about some legislation that passed in 2022. I'm really curious to know, you've had quite an accomplished career. What would you consider like the most, the proudest, the most, the thing that you're most proud of throughout your career as a legislator?
Well, it has to be Senate Bill 1620. I serve on a statewide commission with Ms. Berner that is dedicated towards substance use disorder and mental health, finding ways to improve access to care, the quality of care, and post-treatment support for recovery. And we passed a bill that took some of the recommendations of this commission and made them law.
Oh, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. What about you, Ms. Berner? What would you consider the thing that you're most proud of?
The inclusion of medication-assisted treatment has only been here in Florida for probably about the last 7 or 8 years, whereas across the country it's much longer. And so we faced a lot of stigma about individuals believing that they were just substituting one addiction for another, when in fact it's based on the brain science. And so I think helping reverse that stigma, making the gold standard for treatment of any disease has to be a defining moment in someone's profession where we're able to make changes in attitudes and bring about life-saving treatment. Because you can't help somebody if they're dead, right? That's, I mean, obviously, but to make that connection between having available medication that helps address cravings, helps address the physical nature of addiction has really been profound. And I think it's also then brought about an understanding that the individual needs to have a say in their treatment. I think for a long time it was very professionally driven. So it was always listen to me, follow my way, and now I think we're actually seeing a lot more informal support. So building up the family, building up other social aspects of an individual, and so being able to put those things in play has really, I think, made a difference. Along with then blending funding associated with mental health and substance use, because they kind of go hand in glove.
Absolutely.
And so I think we've been very successful at least making a significant movement in that direction.
Absolutely. And I recall the challenges that came with trying to get MAT implemented here in the county. What do you think were some of the things that allowed us to remove those barriers and push forward? If you can think back some years ago, were there key things that happened that you believe contributed to us being able to really utilize MAT in a more comprehensive way?
You know, I think the basics started with Narcan, right, which is an important tool. So if somebody overdoses, having that readily available, I think has helped show that we can have specific public health strategies. We can make it widely available. And it's not a support, right? So when it was first released to the public, it was seen as almost a support, like, well, if you're going to help them reverse an overdose, you're really just encouraging them, which was a really antiquated way of thinking, right? They have to be present with us to be able to move forward. So I think the Narcan and the acceptance of Narcan and the success stories, and then seeing individuals who go on to conquer their addiction has really has helped reinforce that attitude and that perspective. And so we keep building on successes. I think that's been kind of the cornerstone.
Absolutely. And you've seen the evolution as well in introduce medically assisted treatment. From your perspective, within the state legislature, how was that accepted? And was it easy to kind of get some legislation across to help push that or support from your colleagues?
It wasn't easy to do medication-assisted treatment in the legislature. It wasn't easy to do needle exchange in the legislature. People didn't understand why you're giving a needle to a drug addict, but the real reason is because it stops the spread of disease, and it gives you a chance to provide services and talk to the person about them going into treatment. I love this public service. It's personal and it's professional. And I need to thank my law firm. They support me in all that I do. Rubenstein Law, Florida's premier personal injury law firm.
Absolutely. And I'm really proud of the work that our syringe exchange program continues to do. We've helped reverse almost 250 overdoses, distributed over 700 Narcan, and have helped bridge, send people to treatment. Over 200 people have been referred to treatment. Hundreds of people tested for HIV and Hep C. Just a tremendous success in Palm Beach County, and we're proud of the work of our partners like Rebel Recovery and what they continue to do.
And it's not about the needle. It's about stopping the spread of disease. It's about getting a person's attention and having an opportunity to talk with them for treatment or other wraparound services.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. We're back talking to Ms. Ann Berner, who's the president and CEO of the Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network, one of the county's largest funders in this space, and of course, none other than the Senator Rusin. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. So Palm Beach County is unique in the sense that last year we saw like a 46% decrease in the number of overdose deaths based on the medical examiner's report. And year to date, an 18% decrease in the number of overdoses from this time last year. I'm curious to know, we'll start with you, Ms. Berner. What do you think were some of the factors that contributed to this decline? And what do you see us having to do to continue the progress here in Palm Beach County?
So first off, it's still way too high. We are not doing enough to reach all the people that need it, and so it is time to double down because Palm Beach County can do much better. We need to really make sure that we're helping remove the stigma, that we're making sure, especially now with all of the fentanyl-laced potential that's really unknown. there's still a lot of space for improvement. And so that's one of the focuses that my organization will continue to look at. How can we provide a path forward so that individuals who decide they're ready to seek treatment, that we have that available to them, that they know where to go and how to be supported. So we're continuing to work with the county on programs, and so we'll be announcing a new project soon that's going to help with navigation. And I hope to come back on and talk about that soon. But there's definitely more work that needs to be done. And while that's definitely encouraging, the decrease is significant. We can't be satisfied, and we have to continue to fight for better access, engagement with all of our resources, whether it's fire rescue, whether it's law enforcement, our emergency departments, our churches. We have to be able to reach out and make sure that we've got a network of people familiar with the system that can help direct and drive people to a positive place to engage and receive their services. So good progress, but we got to do more.
Absolutely.
And some of the contribution has been because of awareness, bringing it to the attention of folks, and also reducing barriers to treatment. You know, there were many barriers. Women didn't go to treatment as often as men because they had children, and they had different things that they needed to tend to, and it stopped them from getting help. Well, now with all of the mother and children programs, mothers, pregnant women, things like that, it's reducing the stigma of going to treatment.
Absolutely, and that's really critical. And you know, we talk about fentanyl, and I think some of the statistics I saw, still the leading cause of overdose deaths, around 34, 35%. But there are some other emerging drugs that are out there. Can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing with other substances that we're starting to see more of, and what are some ways that we're kind of keeping our fingers on the pulse of what's happening here in Palm Beach County? Maybe Ms. Bunny, start.
Well, I know we're looking at some pending legislation this coming session, and so Senator, do you want to talk about your proposed bill in addressing Creighton?
Well, the late great Representative Kristen Jacobs came to me some years ago. She's no longer with us, but she was very concerned about Kratom. And we tried to get a bill passed together, but it wouldn't go anywhere because the Creighton lobbied up and fought that as an alternative to depression and things like that. We're coming back at it this year because in the ensuing years, science and medicine have shown that it's just another drug.
Interesting. And so we're hoping to get some legislation passed to address that here in the county.
Yeah, it's not filed yet, but we're working on it.
Yeah. And I know that many of our young people are being impacted by that. And it's certainly something that we have to keep our eyes on and be responsive to.
We're also looking at things like xylazine, which has also made a resurgence, which is generally used by veterinarians, but somehow has made it into the human population. And so, ways to strategize and educate about the dire consequences of using substances that may give you a temporary high, but ultimately can cost you your life.
Yeah.
Like ketamine.
Like ketamine.
It's making a resurgence.
That's right. So I want to talk a little bit about opiate settlement funds. And I know that Palm Beach County, over the next 15 years, will receive about $120 million, and we'll be working with our system partners in a number of areas to utilize those dollars to help mitigate some of the overdose deaths and overdoses and any co-occurring disorders. But Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network also received a portion of opiate settlement funds. Can you talk a little bit about that and how those funds are being utilized and why those strategies were ones that you chose to implement?
Sure. So we've wanted to work and continue to work with the hospital emergency departments in helping do what we call a bridge program, where an individual who is brought into the emergency room, whether by fire rescue or from a family member or acquaintance, that they don't let them just leave without a warm handoff. And so we're working to make sure that when those situations happen, that a certified peer specialist is available to help them navigate and find treatment options. And so that was the first part of having our bridge program, our hospital bridge program, fully rolled out. We're also working on respite programs so that individuals who complete a treatment program but are still in a phase of recovery, that we have housing options that they can use while still recovering physically from the addiction. We're looking at a lot of peer recovery supports, so that means a lot more informal opportunities. And so we're hoping to tap into some of our grassroots organizations that really are mission focused, have their finger on the pulse of the community, and figuring out a way of how to engage them in the solution and in moving forward. And so I'm very optimistic that we're going to be able to come up with a lot more options that are more individualized, more tailored to things that make people successful because they have a say in it and there's buy-in. So we're really looking at making a much broader net available to everyone that's dealing with addiction and mental illness. And so it's important to have options, to have them tailored to the individual, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of creativity and a lot of trust that we don't have to have just traditional treatment for everyone. That there's a lot of options out there that we need to explore and make sure that we develop.
And I know that you mentioned recovery supports, and the opiate settlement funds that the county has received 90% will go towards recovery supports, and only 10% will go towards treatment, because we see and understand the importance of addressing social determinants of health, those things like housing and the wraparound supports that are needed in order to address employment issues and other issues. And so that's going to be critically important that we continue to work with the managing entity and our other partners like the healthcare district, who's moving into this space and is operating their clinic, and many other partners, nonprofit partners, and government like the school district and some municipalities, to make sure that we have a comprehensive strategy to address this issue here in Palm Beach County.
Well, most, if not all, of the counties that are getting these funds have to have an advisory council.
That's right. That's correct.
Made up of subject matter experts as well as community leaders.
That's right.
To help direct the spending of these dollars so that they can be spent more appropriately.
That is right. And we're very proud of our advisory board here in Palm Beach County. They do great work, and they're great advocates for individuals who are suffering from mental health and addiction issues. Listen, final question. We have to land this plane. What brings you joy? I'm going to start with you, Ms. Brenner.
With me, I'd like to. There's a lot of opportunities at work for joy, but I am a grandmother of 5, and when I'm not at work, I am with one of my 5 grandchildren that range from 1 to 9, and that is a big task. They are very rambunctious. I am their favorite person, and we are very active. That's basically my workout is on Saturday Saturday and Sunday. Also, I liked it to rescue pets.
Very
So
cool.
people who have passed, who still have animals that need to be cared for, taking care of dogs that maybe have some medical issues. So it helps keep me rounded and keep a balance, because it's a lot of people have a tough work-life balance.
Absolutely.
Don't they, Senator?
They do.
Yes. And so I'm fortunate to have a few distractions that bring me joy. But thank you for asking.
That is awesome. What about you, Senator? We're going to let you close. What brings you joy?
When someone comes up to me and say that a few years ago or some time ago, they heard me tell my story and it impacted them in a very positive way, and they've never forgotten it. It's about me spreading hope, demonstrating courage to get clean and living in the life of recovery.
Absolutely. And I want to leave because I know that there may be something special happening in Tampa, is that right?
Yes, there is. On September 9th, we're expecting an announcement related to the research that the University of South Florida does. And we expect that announcement from the governor and
from the Board of Trustees
of the University of South Florida. And Senator, will you tell us a little about that?
Well, the governor announced that the University of South Florida will name the new Substance Use Disorder and Mental Health Research Center, the Senator Darrell E. Roussan Center for Research. I hope that it will bring cutting-edge research to the whole issue of addiction and recovery.
That is phenomenal. Congratulations, and it's so well deserving. Well, listen, we're out of time, but of course, we could talk about this all day. But thank you so very much for joining us here today. It's so important that we have the information that you shared, and we learned a lot of insights in terms of how we're attacking this issue here in Palm Beach County and what we're going to do moving forward. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you to Community Services, because you are a great partner of ours as well.
Thank you so very much for joining us today. And I want to thank Senator Roussan and Ms. Berner again for sharing their insights, their stories, and most importantly, their leadership. Today's conversation reminded us of both the progress and the urgency in this work. We've seen the power of collaboration, and Palm Beach County has made real strides in reducing overdoses and saving lives. But we've also heard about the challenges that remain and the opportunities ahead, whether that's through policy reform, enhancing recovery supports, or new innovations like AI technology and 988. So to all of our listeners out there, thank you for tuning in. I hope you walk away encouraged, inspired to be a part of the solution. What's happening in our behavioral health system of care is not just a government issue, it's a community issue, and we all have a role to play. So I'm James Green, Director of Palm Beach County Community Services Department, and it's been my honor to host this conversation. And I look forward to continuing our work together to build a healthier, a stronger, and more compassionate Palm Beach County. Thank you, and I'll see you next time.
Always keeping your home ready and safe from a storm threat is a good idea. Windows are among the most vulnerable parts of your home during a hurricane. Protecting them is crucial for minimizing damage. Install storm shutters or impact windows. If that's not an option, have a plan to put up storm panels to protect your home windows. Clear debris from gutters, downspouts, and outside drainage. Consider installing a French drain or a sump pump if your yard tends to flood. These can help manage excess water and protect your home's foundation. Make sure your outdoor items don't become projectiles during any storm is a good idea. Have the forethought to consider placement of any yard items before a storm even comes. Keeping up with your yard maintenance should always be a part of your storm plan. If you aren't into yard work like me and have large trees or shrubs, consider hiring a professional.
Be ready, be informed. Visit readypbc.com.
Attention Palm Beach County residents. When hazards approach, will you be prepared to protect what matters most? Make a plan that includes evacuation routes and family disaster communication. Build a kit with food, water, medications, and important documents. Get involved with community preparedness efforts. Stay informed through Alert PBC, the DART app, local and social media. When communities prepare together, we stand stronger. Start your plan today at readypbc.com.
At Palm Beach International Airport, every journey begins with wonder. We're home to new beginnings and milestones, where memories are made and cherished. With 35 nonstop routes and 14 airlines, convenience is always within reach. The beginning and end of your adventure is just as important to us as it is to you. So whether you're flying near or far, remember to always fly PBI.
Hey on the Towners, I'm Frank Licari. Can you guess what this episode's about? From a resort where your pooch gets the pampering, to the many parks and trails for your dog's ultimate outdoor adventure, and some retail therapy in between. I'm on a sniffari in search of destinations for discerning dogs. So grab your four-legged friends and join us as we go on the town in the Palm Beaches with me, Frank Licari.
This program is brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches. Visit thepalmbeaches.tv for more information.
We are kicking off this possum adventure at Jupiter Beach, where dogs run free for miles. But it takes a lot of work from our two-legged friends to keep this stretch of beach clean. Let's meet the people who make it all happen. A beach that allows dogs? Tell me about that.
We have probably the longest stretch of beach in the state of Florida that allows dogs. But not only do they allow dogs, but they allow dogs off leash, which is kind of like unheard of.
Look at that. I'm going picking. Talk to me a little bit about the history of Friends of Jupiter Beach.
It's actually started in 1994, and a group of citizens went in front of the town of Jupiter and said, look, we have all these volunteers, all these friends that want to get together and clean the beach. So you give us a stretch of beach where we can let our dogs loose, and we will clean and maintain the beach for you.
What is that? What is that? Is that anything I should be worried about? No.
No, that's actually,
okay.
that actually comes from the ocean.
Okay.
See, right there. That's styrofoam.
I don't know what that is.
I know that when people come out to the beach, they tend to look for bigger stuff.
Yeah. This
but,
is the bad.
This actually is very important.
These are the culprits.
They're
'cause the
very
fish can actually
important
eat
to
them.
pick up.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So
But-
in this job, it's good to underachieve. It's to look for the small things,
Yeah.
not to go for the big hit.
We want to pick up both.
Right.
We want to get the big stuff, but we want to make sure we get the little stuff.
Great job for underachievers, and that's right in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Every month we've
Yep.
got our
standard beach cleanup, but we also have other cleanups in between with the Young Friends of Jupiter Beach and a few other beach cleanup efforts that we do. But once a month, first Saturday of every month, we probably get anywhere between 200 to 300 volunteers show up on their own accord, and they want to be a part of, you know, keeping this the beautiful gem that it is.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a lot of people, 300. You must be getting friends of Jupiter Beach, right?
That's the whole idea. Tell everyone about more friends.
That's incredible. You would both say I'm pretty good at this, right? Like
I think you're winning.
You're getting the hang of it.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good, yeah.
You're getting the hang of it.
I learned quickly. Now, it's time for a stroll down the avenue. So pack your wallet, your purse, and your pooch for Palm Beach, where only the finest is out for your pod pal.
We have pet competition, pet parades, pet fashion shows, all kinds of things going on in Palm Beach.
I didn't realize how much history there is with dogs in Palm Beach.
Absolutely. Addison Meisner, who became the very famous architect in the 1920s,
yeah, of course.
He loved animals. He had all kinds of, eventually, animals in his pet menagerie. He had, raccoons, he had a skunk, he had anteaters, he had macaws, all kinds of animals. And he became famous for that. Meisner, together with some friends, founded the Palm Beach Animal Rescue League. That tradition of tolerating pets and animals and dogs of all kinds started really in the 1920s, and it's still around today, obviously.
Incredible. Is there the famous dog bowls that I've heard about? Well, how did that come about?
Meisner actually designed dog bowls in a section of Worth Avenue where he built retail stores, but all the other shops on Worth Avenue followed suit, and just about anywhere you go now, they offer dog treats, and, well, dogs are a big deal here.
Yeah. Your shop, very cute, and you have quite a few dog-centric gifts.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, obviously that's by design.
Yes.
Are any of these your own creation?
Some of them, yes. Some
yeah,
of them.
I see that. You've got that personality.
They call us the happy store.
Yeah, it's very, very happy. But you also are very involved in this little contest that they do here?
Oh, yes, I started.
Yeah.
So 30 years we've been doing it.
It's amazing.
It shows you how pet-friendly this town is. Some of the outfits that they come in, I mean, it's a show. There are people that come to see the show.
Of course.
Because it's
cute.
so entertaining.
Who doesn't love dogs?
Put on an event, they will come. Yeah, it's a fun thing.
30 years and you're still creating this
Still
for your
doing it.
girlfriend. It's no secret that pets are like family. What better way to capture the essence of your beloved pet than through artwork? This local artist's one-of-a-kind sculptures are featured in galleries across the Palm Beaches. Let's meet Jen Blish. The amount of work that goes into this guy, like, what?
And I would say to myself, you know, it would be really fun is just to add a little pink to that belly, because when you're rubbing a dog's belly, you always see.
It is a little pink.
And he's got the grump.
He's got the grump?
Yeah,
right?
he's got the grump. He's gonna have a skateboard.
Is that
So
right?
I'm building him a skateboard. He's gonna be skateboarding because you
Wow.
always see bulldogs are always on skateboards. You notice that?
I've
It's
never
like it's a-
noticed that. You
Oh.
just, it's revelatory what you just said to me.
Yeah. I loved sculpting so much, it really spoke to me. And wool just kind of seemed to be the ticket, oddly.
Could I get a little wool on these hands?
I
and like-
absolutely want you
Right.
to try this. Pick a color.
Oh, I love this.
I
Okay.
know, just pick
I am, how about a little mustard?
Reach into here and you're gonna grab a piece of wool.
Okay, I'll start with this one.
And just like grab a tuft of it,
Oh, just a little.
like a tuft.
Okay. So weak. Yeah, I didn't know you had to be working out to do this.
I love expressions. I love creating faces in my art that just speak to a person, where you're looking at it and you have to smile because it's like, gosh, look at that. It looks like it could almost talk to you. This is what I build mostly everything that I create out of. Now stick that piece of wool on there.
Okay.
Pick any one of your needles that you have in
Okay.
your little collection.
All right, I'm gonna
you
pick
don't
another
look
one.
up and you just poke into it. And that's how I sculpt. And
Wait,
then
what am I doing? Am I just
what you're doing is you're taking all the fibers and it's knotting those fibers up
into the
into itself. depending on what you're building, you know, you sculpt the pre-sculpt of that, and
Yeah.
then you would take the wool and pretty much build over this armature.
Yes.
And this is just the first leg of it.
Right.
Before you know
Oh,
it,
no
you've
pun
got, like-
intended.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then if you take a color,
Yep.
this is what you'd consider a top coat,
Okay.
and you would just poke that.
And it makes it
And it's-
intertwine with the other one.
It does, and it's stuck. See, just like magic. So with doing that, I create
How do you?
these pet portraits and other sculptures. How's it coming?
What
Look,
I'm
side
doing.
by side.
What I'm doing. Oh, I see.
You see, it looks kind of like that dog, doesn't it?
Oh, it's like one step away, right? It's Yappy Hour, and we're headed to the popular waterfront restaurant, Darbster, named for the owner's late poodle, Darby, to enjoy vegan treats for you and your pup. I found out your names are Ellen and Alan, and I thought, what a beautiful name for a restaurant, and why didn't they call it Ellen and Alan's? So what's the story with Darbster? Tell me the name.
We had a rescue poodle when we first moved here in 2003, and Darby was her name. And so then in 2009, when we bought this place, I thought, you know, we don't want to call it the Vegan Cafe or Earth Green. Right. It's just a turn off.
Yeah.
So we said, we'll just call it Darbster.
It's nice. What's the involvement in the community, in the dog community?
Well, we opened the restaurant. We kind of did it as a hobby because we
Yeah.
wanted somewhere to eat. And so we decided to put the profits into a foundation called Darbster Rescue. So what we do is we now rescue dogs and cats from South Florida, and we move them up north to 2 brick and mortar shelters that we have in New Hampshire. Yeah, so to date
Wow.
we've saved about 17,000 animals. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No.
17,000?
Yeah, 17,000.
And it's all breeds, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of square hits, like our friend Poppy here. A lot of cats, a lot of kittens. So a lot of animals that would be overlooked. So we work with other rescue groups, we work with our volunteers, and we have a small staff that helps us out.
Are you just exhausted?
Yeah, we're exhausted.
Right?
Yeah.
No wonder you open up a place that you can just relax and eat.
We've been here for 14 years now.
A lot of regulars, and that's rewarding.
Yeah. Do you allow dogs in the restaurant?
We
yeah.
do.
You do?
We encourage
I
it.
know you had yours here, but I figured
Yeah.
that was a perk of being an owner.
No, no.
Sunday nights we actually give a discount if you bring your dog.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Why? Why so passionate about it? What is it?
I think if you are successful, you owe it to your community to give back.
You should change your names from Ellen and Alan to Superman and Wonder Woman. Really? Greyhounds are known for their speed and racing abilities, but they also have another strong sense. We're at Okehely Park, where I'm meeting up with some Greyhound dog owners to see what we can sniff out.
Everybody's so well behaved today, bravo!
I love it. Is the trail you go, is that the Sniffari? Because I love that name. So you gotta give you a little bit of background on that.
So a walk is a walk. You walk
Sure.
your dog, they're right by you.
I appreciate you. I appreciate
right?
you.
Left
yes.
hand, here we
yes,
go.
demonstrating the walk.
But it's a Sniffari allows the dog time to sniff around, and it's more of an enrichment walk.
Gotcha.
So they're not rushed to be walked from point A to point B. We let them explore the different sights and scents that the venue has to offer. Their hearts are actually larger in order to accommodate the amount of blood that pumps through their system as they're running. Yeah, it's I'm telling you, they're designed. They're designed. Their
Wow.
purpose is for running and speed and hunting, and they're really cool.
How did this come about?
People were always asking, well, where can my dog run? My dog came off the track, and now they, can't go anywhere to run anymore. So that was, some goals that some of us had to find a place where they could do that. And we said, people would really love to, be able to run their greyhounds.
They're just so sleek.
Yeah. They're very aerodynamic.
Yeah.
When the sun shines through, you can see There's like certain parts that are paper thin where the sun shines through.
I noticed one of the skin, on the legs.
Yeah, exactly.
You can get right through there.
Dogs are pack animals in general, but the way that these dogs were raised was in large kennels and in groups and as a pack. So when they're coming off the track or their time is retired, they just enjoy getting together. And I think as Greyhound owners, that's what we acknowledged. All of us who are here today, we're here because of our dogs. And we want the dogs to be together. And as owners, we find joy in our dogs getting together. And as a result, we make friends and partnerships and find out commonalities amongst each other. That
Friends of friends of friends.
Friends of friends, and it starts with these dogs just getting together. So
it's not a business, it's a passion for us.
It's awesome, is what it is. It's great. How often are we vacuuming?
Every day.
Every day, right?
They're not bad shedders, though.
No?
Not like, on the scale of shedding.
Yeah.
They're pretty low.
Yeah, no.
It's more like glitter.
If I don't vacuum, I'm sure I've ingested so much dog hair over the year. But it's great. I mean, there's no replacement for a dog. After all that running around, if your pooch is pooped, it's time to get his tail wagging again with the royal treatment at Lush Dog Resort. You guys this can't be real. Is this, how do you come up with this thing?
I mean, this is fun. It's paradise in Florida for dogs. They get to play outside all day with their friends. We get to play with them. It's a resort life.
I mean, it legitimately feels like, all right, we're just gonna hang out and run around for a little bit. So I'm a dog lover. No, I make no bones about it. To go from dog lover who loves dogs to opening up, this place is massive. How did this come about? What was the genesis of this?
So Lush Dog Resort was opened up in 2010. We're a 12,000 square foot facility, one of a kind. We've got 5 outdoor yards, 3 indoor climate controlled playrooms. We've got a grooming salon. We've got a bone-shaped pool behind us. I mean, we have a pet spa. We've got it all.
Ready? Come on. This is so cute. Hey, Austin, when are we installing a diving board? What's the rules? Are we just letting the dog? Is there any rules here? Or are we just kind of just?
So we've got some rules.
Yeah.
The whole point is for them to come, have fun, play, make friends, get love from some counselors. Dogs love routine, so they love coming to the same place every day, meeting the same friends, saying the same things in the yard, hopping in the same pool. So they thrive on routine, and so do our.
It's a country club.
Totally.
Yeah, we have different supervised groups based on their energy level, their size, and so they get to play with their favorite counselors, their friends. There's all kinds of activities and play equipment for them, and they love it.
Then we've also got training. So Sarah's one of our trainers here at Lush.
Training a dog right now.
Absolutely.
Wow. I don't even think I could do that. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Whatever they want, they get. It's truly a resort.
I gotta be honest with you. This is actually better than some hotels I've stayed in myself.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Right.
I mean, you don't get this kind of outdoor activity.
People ask us, they're like,
Yeah.
oh, can we stay here with our dog?
If you put I wouldn't put it past somebody. You put a couple suites upstairs, I could stay here with my pet. Next, we're throwing a leash on our fur baby and heading to JC Dog Park in Boynton Beach, where the dogs are really digging all of the activities. This doesn't even look like a dog park. It's gorgeous, and it's fairly new, right?
Yes, it is a fairly new dog park.
Normally I bring my dog to a dirt patch, right? Like this is like really lush.
Originally this was just an open green field, and this was grass that was here. We did resod it in order to make it sustainable for a dog park and dogs to use it and run and play and give that kind of accessibility to dogs as well. 2 different runs, one for the large dogs, one for the smaller dogs, wash stations, pavilions here, provide shade for the owners to sit and watch their dog and just let them run free.
It's nice. It's very nice. Not just a dog park, but though you do also do events, right, for like dog owners and stuff?
Yeah, we are a dog-friendly city. We have several parks that are dog-friendly, which allow owners to bring their dogs to the park on a leash. This, fortunately, you can allow your dog off leash, but we are preparing for our Oceanfront Bark, which is our annual event, which allows dogs to have free time or play at our Oceanfront Park, which is our beach.
That's right on the beach?
Correct, right on the beach.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's fun. You had an opening day recently.
We had vendors, food for the participants, dog-friendly toys, giveaways, anything to kind of entice people to come out to the park and enjoy this brand new park here.
Now you said food for the participants. I'm assuming you mean the adults. Do you have food for the dogs as well? You got a little food dog truck?
There are little snacks for the dogs, but then also we have to take care of our owners as well.
Of course, yeah. You know, that's an interesting, maybe that's an interesting little ad. A little food dog truck, right? Next up, our tail-wagging trek takes us to Clematis Street, where dogs rule at the Bark Republic. Weirdest concept,
yeah,
right? Like what?
Who
And then,
thought?
and yet, genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, all yours?
Yeah, I actually had the idea at a brewery like 7-8 years ago, and I was like, this could be a fun thing. So.
And it is.
Yeah. We wanted a warehouse. We really envisioned it being an indoor-outdoor park. We wanted there's be a space on those hot summer days where it's fully air conditioned, like we are here.
Yep. It's unique to be able to have an outdoor space and an indoor that's seamless.
Yeah.
Now, I'm a dog owner, but I have to do, there's a application process, right?
It's all for your dog safety that we have it.
Yep.
And then we have day passes or monthly memberships as well. All dogs are a member.
Yep.
Once you're in our system, you get a little doggy tag with your number on it and
Nice.
stuff like that to make for check-ins really easy and seamless. Especially if you're a VIP monthly member, your dog can come anytime,
That's what
all
VIP
day,
is?
as many times as you want.
Are there drink specials for VIPs?
Yeah, you get 10% off. And you get early access to all of our events.
Talk to me about some events. What are we talking about?
Like our beer fest is great. We actually take over our parking lot.
You're a smart cookie.
Ah, thanks.
Yeah.
I try. I feel like every city needs a Bark Republic.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
It's time to let the dogs out. And we're headed to Peanut Island for some snorkeling and swimming. On today's Seaside Adventure, I'm hopping aboard a water taxi. And you can bet there's plenty of room for your best friends. Why aren't we all doing this?
That's what the dogs tell us.
That's right. Now, how did we come up with this idea? Because obviously it seems like a no-brainer.
Well, Peanut Island's always been dog-friendly.
Right.
So we've encouraged it. We have a tendency to love dogs and tolerate people.
I get that.
He's like, scoot over, that's my seat.
Any dog lover is going to take advantage of this, I would imagine.
Correct. And we do take a lot of dogs over there. So to the point where we have to make sure we got the right dogs in the right place on the right boat.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Most people come like a couple times a week. Some people just come on vacation when they go camping on the island,
Sure.
and then they'll bring their dogs with them because it's a pet-friendly place.
No, we do get a lot of repeat business. People that have dogs, you know, we recognize them from their dogs rather than who they are.
Sure.
And they come over every week and they're coming over just because the dogs love it. They get very excited. You can see them getting excited before they get on the boat.
I would imagine, too, they make friends, too, right? Like,
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Right?
Yep.
Regulars, the dogs know each other. And
Yep.
That's so fun.
The dogs have to be on a leash.
Gotcha, the
on
whole
the
time.
park. They can walk around anywhere they like, but on low tides, we do have the sandbar, and that's where dogs can go out there and the beach comes available.
Very
and
cool.
there's a lot of activities out there for dogs when they do that. Why not go walk your dog on Peanut Island?
Sure.
So it becomes a good activities for your dogs and families to go over there.
Well, I would do this all day. And they must love it. They must enjoy it. They get to go in the water when they get there?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
We love going in the water.
I mean, I'm a little envious, a little jealous. Is this a real job?
This is an amazing job.
Right?
I get to bring my dog to work with me every day.
And everybody that comes on has got to be happy because most of the time they're either on vacation or they're taking a break.
You're going to the beach.
They're going to the beach.
And if they don't bring their dog, they've got other dogs to see, so it's a great atmosphere.
Let's face it, when we get busy, sometimes we need a little help caring for our canines. Let's meet a couple who's taken dog walking to a whole new level. About how many dogs are you guys walking at one time?
We do no more than 6 at a time. We really want to keep the group small,
Sure,
so we don't
of course,
have
yeah.
too many dogs, and that just overall just helps with their experience in outdoor adventure.
So obviously this is a dream job, right? Like you guys just went, you know what? That's it.
We decided to really just put our 2 passions together. We have a passion for dogs. We have 3 dogs of our own.
Yep.
And we also have a passion for adventuring and hiking, and we really wanted to just put the 2 together and see where it goes.
That's amazing. Now, do you have a staff or is it just the 2 of you?
Yeah, so far it's just the 2 of us.
That's so
yeah.
cool. Are there friendships that are made here? Do these dogs meet each other and go, oh my gosh, it's that one again? And do they, yeah?
Yeah, the first time that we take them, they're usually kind of shy and they're not too sure what's going on.
Right.
And then they start to form the friendships, and the second time that we pick them up, they already know what's happening.
Of course.
Yeah, they're like very excited. They run to the van,
Yeah.
sometimes they're barking, and
Well, these 2 led me to the trail. They
Yeah.
knew where they were going.
They know exactly what's happening.
So you're taking them all over.
Our trips are about 2 hours long. So we do beach trips in the morning, and then we do a hike in the afternoon.
Wow.
So by the end of the field trip, they're pretty tired.
Right.
So we've seen and we've heard even from dog owners that this has helped with a lot of anxiety. So anxiety-related behaviors like digging and chewing, barking, all of that has helped tremendously with their dogs.
It's incredible. Yeah. That's awesome. Now you have a van. It's not just for pickups. Like, do you take these guys on little cruise trips? Like, do they get to like, you know, like, do you take them on a little, like, hey guys, to your left?
Definitely, the dogs do enjoy the cruising part.
Yeah.
Especially because our van has a lot of windows.
That's what I noticed.
Yeah, they're always like just enjoying the view.
So cool. Is there like an application process? Like, do you go through an interview with dogs, like to make sure they're not like loopy?
We will only want to do dogs that are specifically trained with recall and have good behavior with other dogs.
So you need a dog that's got good temperament, listens well. So basically, I'd be a horrible candidate for you guys if I was a dog.
Really went for an adventure.
Sure did. This has been so much fun, but I think I got it from here if you don't mind.
Are you sure?
I am absolutely positive. We hope you'll get out and enjoy everything the Palm Beaches has to offer. Take your furry friends along and join us the next time we go on the town in the Palm Beaches with me, Frank Licari. Onward, friends! So guys, now that we're alone, tell me about these 2. What are they really like? They treating you well? Huh? Be honest, it's a lot more fun with me than those 2, right? Come on, who's more fun than me, right? Guys, I think I'm lost. I don't know where I went. You guys may never get home again. I hope you like your surroundings.
This program was brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches. Visit thepalmbeaches.tv for more information.
To appreciate the beauty of a sunrise, you need a clear mind. A mind free from the very things that make you forget such a sight exists. And where better to discover this than the Palm Beaches, where every day can begin just like that. Here in the Palm Beaches, there are countless ways to define paradise. Come discover yours at thepalmbeaches.com. Tune into the Palm Beaches TV and watch at thepalmbeaches.tv.
Those dinner reservations and tea times will have to wait, because there's an art-filled paradise beyond these beaches. A mecca of masterpieces, spectacular sights by day and night. A cultural capital that's calling your name. See so much more than you came for in the Palm Beaches.
Can you feel it? Sun-kissed sands embracing the warm Gulf Stream waters. With breeze-filled days and elegant nights, we are the original, the one, the only, the Palm Beaches.
Imagine beasts with zeal and grace, the melodic choruses of a flock. Envision coming face to face with Goliath. Encounter a brave but curious soul. Witness gentle giants coming into sight while you explore their world. Or dive into an underwater collage laden with fascination and zest. From the sea to the sky, immerse yourself in the peace and calm that only nature can provide. Discover the finest wildlife at thepalmbeaches.com.
Hooked on the Palm Beaches is brought to you by Discover the Palm Beaches and Palm Beach County, the best way to experience Florida.
Were you just on?
I was just on, yeah.
Oh!
On my little spinner.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, there's another one after me. Look at them. Woo,
Yep.
on.
Nice,
Yeah.
dude.
There he comes up. Woo, look at that. Pretty fish.
We got a big one, boy. I don't think it gets any better than this.
I just cannot believe how many fish there are here.
This is why you come here. This is why we do what we do. Off of Palm Beach, bro. This is the kind of Jurassic Park stuff that lives out here. Woo! You did it, Bubba. Nice one.
It blows me away the fishing opportunities that we have in and around Palm Beach County.
Some of the best game fishing that you can have in the entire world. Welcome to another episode of Hooked on the Palm Beaches. Just head out. It's early morning, probably about 7 a.m. Straight out of the inlet. We've got a nice dolphin on over here.
Hooked a nice bull dolphin and jumped off. It's part of the game. So we're going to get back on him and put James on a nice one here shortly.
Oh, yeah, that was a nice take right on the surface.
Come on in the box if you want to, Cap. Nice, bro. Yes. Came by a weed patch, hooked one fish, and then we hooked 3 more on the ballyhoos. So we got 2 fish on right now. Nice. There you go. Anytime you're dolphin fishing, you're basically sight fishing. You're looking for things. And it's funny, you said I saw 2 flying fish get up.
Right.
And they didn't scare, the boat wasn't the boat that
wasn't,
scared.
yeah, exactly.
It wasn't the boat, so you put us on the fish, Cap.
Well, at least I can do something for you.
You know, honestly, it's great when people are actually paying attention. They look because it make or break the day right there, you know?
Right.
Really, really good.
Oh, that's what it's all about there. Catching one dolphin on the troll there. We pulled him off. And then Cap put one out on a ballyhoo, right?
Yep.
Kept it in the water and used my old little South African spinner. Look at that guy.
That's
Woo-hoo!
Really good.
This is fishing the Palm Beaches, huh? Look at that.
That's it, man.
All right.
Remember, Johnny's not in the boat until he's in the boat.
All right, we'll see what we can do.
James just got his beat. It's 2-0.
Not yet.
All right, let's see what we can do. Here he is. Nice and easy. There she is. Hold that. Oh, nice fish, man. Yep, beautiful, man. He was hooked on the Palm Beaches.
Well, this is one of the fastest growing fish in the ocean. These tiny guys probably only about 5, 6, 7 months old. It's amazing that they can actually start breeding at about 4 to 5 months, and they only live to about 5 years old. Mahi mahi, which is the Hawaiian word for very strong, and when you do catch a big one, well, they can give you quite a run around. The other name for it, and dorado is obviously Spanish for gold. When they come out of the water, they're beautiful green with these lovely turquoise spots on them, and then after they've been out of the water for a bit, they turn that nice golden color, hence the name dorado. So dolphin, dorado, mahi mahi, call them what you want, they're excellent table fare.
Can I call them tacos?
Oh yeah.
Mahi tacos, baby. Good job, cheers.
All right.
James?
Hey, good to see you again.
Last time we were together, we caught a huge swordfish, but today we're after something different. John Bassett, who you're going to see, and they were out yesterday, 600 to 750 feet, said there was some scattered weed, maybe some blackfin tuna, maybe some mahi-mahi. So what we're going to do is really, to be honest with you, we all have a job. You're going to be looking, I know you're good at spotting birds, so we're going to look for birds, weed lines or weed patches, and see if we can't locate some fish.
And nothing better to catch a couple of mahi, put them in the boat for a little late breakfast, Cap.
That's what I'm saying. Fish
Excellent.
tacos, dude. Let's do it. One of the things that's crazy about this year is the amount of weed, the seaweed worldwide. From the Dominican Republic to Venezuela to St. Thomas to here, it's almost at times unfishable. It's great for the ecosystem, and here off the Palm Beaches, I mean, there's so much seaweed, we have to find birds. We got to look for big patches and we got to find birds. And we're going to run and gun. At times we'll have all of our rods in the water, baits in the water. And then sometimes we'll just run from patch to patch to see what we can find. But we're going to head east. Everybody's going to have a job. We're going to be looking in different directions. Sometimes looking into the sun in the morning is difficult. So you don't forget, anytime you guys are going fishing, be sure to look behind you. It's a lot easier to find something floating behind you when there's no sun or reflection. So we're going to head offshore and hopefully we'll be tight.
Well, it's that old saying, Cap. The weed is a blessing and a curse sometimes, huh?
No doubt, especially when you're the mate. So I'll let you be the mate today.
All right, I'm on it. Let's catch some fish.
A lot of times when you're around this structure, if you're trolling, sometimes when you're mahi fishing, you catch these small jacks. Anytime you catch a small jack, really what that means is there's something floating there. There's probably more fish there. Sometimes it's a submerged bucket, could be a rope. But when you see those jacks, if you get them around, make sure to look around real good. Oh, that's a nice one. There you go. Nice dolphin.
Another taco.
Woo! Now these fish, again, you can catch a 5-pounder like this, or you can catch a 50, but you can get up to 50 pounds. So we just take what we can eat. A lot of times we'll release the smaller ones so they get bigger. So right now we're about 750 feet deep underneath us. And again, it's got a light east wind, kind of nice. We're looking for birds. We're staying on the weed patch that we had. We've caught 6 or 8 nice dolphin. We jumped off a big one early. This is kind of the game. Go from one patch to another, and if you find a patch with fish, most of the time try and stay in that zone, that 750 zone. A lot of times guys have a tendency to catch a few fish and think, let me keep going east off of Palm Beach, or let me go east off of Boca and keep going. There's a reason these patches are here and they're kind of lined up, and it's tide based, it's current based. So when you have an area like that where that's holding fish, start heading north-south. And a lot of times you're going to run into more structure, more debris. A lot of times you go a half a mile and all of a sudden there's another patch of weed or something floating, and same thing going north or south. But concentrate in that area, stay in that depth, and it'll help you out. All right, so we're going to wind this thing up. We're going to hopefully hook 1 or 2 more, but stay tuned for more to come on Hooked on the Palm Beaches. I like my tacos with hard shell, John. Hard shell.
All right, awesome.
The Gulf Stream comes closest to the United States right here in Palm Beach County. If you're looking to hit the high seas for a great day of fishing but don't have a boat, check out the affordable daily fishing excursions aboard the many drift fishing fleets. With professional crews and everything included, and over 20 species of fish to be caught, including snapper, mackerel, and cobia, you can bend a rod and come home with dinner without breaking the bank.
I'm hooked on the Palm Beaches.
A lot of times when you're doing this, to make it easy for you, especially when it's a little choppy, if you've got a sea and it's hard to find the fish again or hard to find the floating debris, we always carry floats. Sometimes we put a lead on them, like today we'll put a lead on this and throw it over so it's weighted and it stays with the object you're trying to fish to. These moments of chaos, that's why we keep coming out here. So we caught 5, 6, maybe 8 dolphin now. Just keep kind of going back to it. They got some birds showing up on the horizon. We're heading back in that direction. And again, you know, with this type of fishing, guys, don't get so caught up in going east and west off of Boca or Palm Beach. Once you find what you want, north and south is great. Keep looking north and south. We're trying to find what we fished to. There he is, right behind us. Sometimes when you hook a few fish, the other fish there will swim back to the structure, so all of a sudden the fish will be gone. A lot of times they want a moving bait. These fish wanted a moving bait, so when we came, every time we've come back by that spot, specific patch, we've gotten bit 4 times in a row by multiple fish. While we were sitting, we hooked a couple, but they would always go back. Again, you always got to take into consideration your tide. You want those fish to go back to the object because you can always go back to it. All right, deploy, boys.
Deploy.
You got about 100 yards to the object. Guys, if you're captaining your boat, you're out here, make sure your anglers know if it's 100 feet or 2 miles from you, if you know, so these guys can be ready. A lot of times with these mahis, you see them coming from the side. It's a dead giveaway. So you got about 50 yards to the structure, boys. And again, when you're going back to the structure, and you can zoom in on it here in a second because it's going to come up on your left-hand side here, don't drive through it. Stay off at a good 100 feet minimum. Those fish, they already see us. And a lot of times they'll come off the structure to you. So if you pan left and you actually look out there, you're going to see what we're fishing to. Nice patch of weed. A lot of times too, guys, if you got 2 guys with rods, make sure he's jigging the other rod. See what John's doing, he's jigging. A lot of times another dolphin will find you.
Spunky little guy. There he goes.
These fish really want a moving bait today.
It's just non-stop action all the time. Woo. We'll get him eventually. Nice fish. There we go. RJ, we're getting ready for your fish tacos.
Gosh, I may even go to the soft shell tonight.
Amazing. Let's have a look at that fish quickly, John. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah.
Nice one. Yeah, let's clean them up.
Nice fish. You can see that golden color that I was referring to earlier that gives it its name, Dorado. And just such spectacular fish, so beautiful. You know, there's actually 2 species of mahi-mahi or dolphin out there. The one is the pompano dolphin. This here is the common dolphin found in the West Atlantic all the way down into the Caribbean and South America as well. Such beautiful fish. They're found worldwide. I mean, these are pelagic, so they're gonna Anywhere there's warm water, bait, food, you're gonna find these fish. And actually one of the most sustainable fish species that you can eat. There's so many mahi in the ocean, they grow very, very quickly and they're not endangered by any means. So if you want to eat a sustainable fish species, this is it right here.
On this week's Hotspot, we're checking out Du Bois Park. This is a Palm Beach County park right on the Jupiter Inlet, and this place offers some amazing recreation. When you put your line in the water, it's all those fish that Jupiter Inlet is famous for. It's those big snook, it's the big jacks. You're gonna run into some sheep's head if you're looking for dinner, snappers, of course, to keep the kids busy. And when you're done checking that out, go look at the Du Bois house. This is a pioneer home. The Du Bois were some of the first settlers here, and the house sits atop an Indian midden that is 6,000 years old. And if you need something for